These are the ones I made for tonight. Yeah. I say you're shorter than I remember, not in your chair.
You ready, Tristan?
All right. So let's call this German Village Commission meeting to order. The next business meeting will be Tuesday, June 18th, 2024, at 12 p.m. at 111 North Front Street, second floor, room 205. That is 1 week earlier, I believe, than usual.
Just one day.
1 day, or because of the holiday.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next hearing will be Monday, July 1st, 2024, at 4 p.m. Again, 1 day earlier.
Been there for 2 days.
2 days, okay, thank you. 111 North Front Street, second floor, room 204. Sworn staff. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state your name.
Nicole Larson.
Great introduction of commissioners. I'm Ned Thiel. I am vice chairman.
Robin Strom. Karen McCoy. Teresa Durst.
Persons wishing to address the commission on matters not on the posted agenda are invited to do so. However, the commission is not able to undertake extended discussion or act on non-agenda items. The communication should be kept at 3 minute limit. If you want to speak regarding an application, please make sure you have filled out a speaker slip. Do we have any?
Just a note from staff, actually. I
Okay,
just wanted to introduce to the commission Sybil Bailey. I was going to introduce her to the business meeting, but I did not at the beginning. She is an intern working with us for the summer. She's a master's student at Rutgers. And she'll be assisting with German Village staff approvals over the next few weeks. So
great.
just so you know
Welcome.
who's working as well. And just again, those date changes that you already.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Do we have anything from the city attorney's office?
Not today.
Because we don't, okay,
Just the delay and
all right,
kind of thing. So
okay, cool.
they will see maybe potentially coming at a later date to swear in any remaining commissioners.
Okay, so on to ratification of staff approvals. Do we have any recusals? I have 620 and 628 Mohawk to recuse myself, or 622, I think.
Yeah, I have to recuse myself from the minutes.
I don't have anything.
You can carry.
You know, I forgot to check. That stuff.
Take your time.
Which good things. Start with page 11. Yeah, good. I'm good.
You're good. Teresa, you're good? Do I have a motion to ratify the staff approvals?
Make a motion to ratify the staff approvals.
Do I have a second?
Second,
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Done. Approval of minutes from last meeting. Any discussion?
just recuse myself, I wasn't here.
Thank you. None. Is there a motion?
A motion to approve the meeting minutes from this last meeting. Last-
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? None opposed. Applications for certificate of appropriateness. Item number 1, GV 2406016239 East Sycamore Street.
Julie, come on.
Yeah, come on up.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for reviewing our application.
Got to swear you in first.
Oh,
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear. I,
Yes. State your name, please.
Sabina Scott.
Карина Юразова.
Excellent. Thank you. Staff?
Yes. This application is for landscaping in the front yard to install a new brick walkway adjacent to the existing brick walkway using a dry laid red brick. The brick is the Holland paver from Menards. It's 4x8. The brick area measures approximately 9 feet by 50 feet and is to be installed behind the existing side yard fence. It is also to repair concrete in other areas around the property by filling cracks with matching concrete. The staff analysis is that HPO staff placed this item on the agenda due to the amount of proposed new hardscaping with the new brick walkway. At the June business meeting, the commission requested the product information for proposed paver. Questioned how the dirt will be retained from the existing arborvitae, which appear to be elevated above the walkway, and requested a confirmation that all concrete work was to existing concrete walkways and not on the structure. The applicant confirmed that the brick was the 4x8 inches from Menards, and it was to match the existing brick in the walkway. It is the brick that was used for the existing walkway. To prevent dirt from falling from the arborvitae, the applicant intends to install black landscape edging roll and included a photo of a neighbor having used the roll. They also submitted additional photos of the concrete showing that it is only on the walkways and near the existing brick that around the house. The staff recommendation is that staff recommends approval with any health verifications to be submitted to HPO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of a certificate. The basis for that recommendation is City Code 301613, Standards for Site Improvements A, and the German Village Guidelines for walks, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots 1, 2, and 4.
Any comment, further information?
So I think Nicole stated everything correctly. So the two things, we're trying to get a permit for just expanding the brickways. So there's already existing brickways, so we're just trying to expand to make sure, we have like a nice patio there. And then with the existing concrete, there are some, kind of destructions. You could see there are cracks, so we're just trying to prevent further destruction and fill those in with the same concrete.
Commission, any comments, questions?
I guess would want to know why, or it looks like the existing red brick in the yard are actual individual bricks, correct? Not the 4x8 pavers that are made to look like individual bricks.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say the paver itself is the 4x8 inches, is the 4x8 measurement.
It is brick size 4x8.
I realize now in the thing it does say 4x8, not indicating like a 4x8 piece of brick, but 4x8 inches for individual each brick. Apologize for that.
And it's 2 inches thick?
Yep.
Okay, so it isn't.
Sorry for the clarity issue there on my end.
Anthony's the chairman, he's vacant, but he asked me to ask some questions. I think you've answered his question regarding the brick. His question is on the concrete along the alley. Google Street View last year shows tree and plantings along the front of the house. When was that concrete installed?
The concrete was already there. It was under the grass and ground that was there. So one of our neighbors is actually also trying to get the permit to pave the whole street, the whole alley, because they've done the same work. But there is a residual concrete right there next to the house, so that, to prevent any moisture coming into the walls of the house. But with those new cracks that are coming out, we're basically having to do with some of the moisture in the basement. So we really need to address those crack situations. So.
So I don't think you've really got a concrete slab there. I think you've got a thin concrete wash, which patching it is not gonna fix it.
Okay.
It will crack until it turns back to gravel. So I don't think that's the solution for what you're asking for.
Do you guys have any recommendations for that?
I think part of the issue is concrete appropriate there on your property in lieu of landscaping or a landscaping bed? Karen?
Yeah, I mean, when I look at it, part of the issue too is that concrete looks lower than the actual pavement adjacent to it. Because what you really need is positive drainage away from the house. A drain tile might be better to track that or, it's kind of tough because it looks to me like it's lower than adjacent brick, which means water's going to lay there, but you need it to drain away. So, it's not an easy fix. But, I agree with Ned about just filling cracks is not really stabilizing that concrete.
Okay. Would you recommend adding a layer of the concrete? So that it's the same height as the existing bricks?
It's not, and it needs to shed towards the pavement. That photo, where is that photo taken? in
So
comparison?
that one, this is our front door, and as you're coming out, it's on the left.
At your front door.
Yeah.
So it's inside the,
Yeah, it's right there. Looks like.
but it's clear. Because I'm wondering where the bricks are in that.
Anthony's comment was Google Street View last year shows trees and plantings along the front of the house. When was the concrete installed? This is the question.
Yeah, the concrete is right underneath that, those plantings. And because they are actually redoing this whole Purdy Alley, that's why there are no more plantings in there. Yeah, you could see that there's gravel and then underneath gravel, there was concrete, existing concrete in there.
So Purdy Alley, the entire Purdy Alley is being repaved?
By the city?
We're not sure, but we saw that half of the Purdy Alley was already repaved.
So your windows are now shorter than they used to be?
They haven't touched our house and the neighbor's house yet, so they finished right where the trash cans are.
It's hard to tell from that photo, but it almost looks like the alley's a crown section rather than.
And there's no brick.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are no bricks in the alley.
It's just old pavement. Looks like pavement over bricks, actually.
So is that the alley side or is that?
This one is the inside house side, yeah. So we've got the red bricks, that's our front, as you're coming in, this is our front walkway.
So the alley's on the right, pavement on the left.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, so you could see, that's the front door, red front door. The red brick red brick walkway goes to the door and then to the side, that's where the concrete and soil is.
You're on inside your property, your best bet, you might need to remove that and actually put a perforated drain with positive drainage and hook it up to your downspouts and just put an aggregate above it.
Okay. Okay, so in the meantime, do we have to remove then the existing concrete there?
You would have to remove the existing concrete because what you're doing is you're putting a perforated drain underneath that's capturing that water, conveying it away from the house. So you would need aggregate above it to allow that water to percolate in. That's, I mean, that's one solution. The other solution is would we have to raise the grade on the foundation, you know, to tip the water away from the house? Like it's pretty close to.
So, and we're really giving you advice.
Yeah,
Really,
this is
we're-
not in our purview.
This is not in our purview because we're just trying to give you advice as to probably what a better solution is.
Okay,
I don't think we have any problem with approving the patching of the concrete.
okay,
We're just saying it's probably not gonna be a long-term solution.
okay, all right.
So I think Anthony's concern was an existing condition. Sounds like it was an existing condition underneath landscaping. Landscaping's gone,
Mm-hmm.
which would be, should have been staff approval, I would think. I'm not sure.
I'm not familiar with the actual file on this.
Yeah, so
If
that's,
there is a landscaping
yeah.
approval.
I think that's behind us. So I think we can certainly approve it, in my opinion, as what you've asked.
Okay, thank you. Well,
Other
we'll try,
questions?
see if it works.
I guess I keep going, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, are pavers normally approved versus individual bricks
I
laid?
think the paver is a misnomer. It actually isn't.
It's not, it's a concrete paver.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a
Yes,
substitute for
Yeah.
bricks, looks like bricks, but they're not.
Okay.
yeah, it's concrete, it's not.
And that's-
brick and-
That's what I have an issue.
Okay.
If I would
Yeah.
want to see real brick
We
laid.
don't approve concrete pavers.
It is, in the side yard, but it is, not a, true clay brick, but yeah.
It looks like the front one is a clay brick.
Mhm. Yeah, it's like individual bricks
Mm-hmm.
that you would have on the sidewalk, so I would want to see the same or something very similar, not just a manufactured paver made to look like brick.
The problem with the concrete pavers, especially in the red color, is that the color's not stable. They'll fade. They'll fade to pink over time.
Mm-hmm.
They're, they're structurally sound. The PSI is sound. It's just that it doesn't have the quality of a clay brick.
Okay, we took the sample of what was there and we brought it to the Menage store and they told us that's the one that you want to get. And it's the same material, so I'm not sure that what you're saying is the opposite.
Well, the sample you took, was it from your front walk or was it from the back?
It's from, you could see that by the trees, this is already existing brick
Yeah.
right there. Yeah, so that's the one we want to continue to the right, so we
Right.
took that.
So I mean, it would be really odd. I mean, you'd have to rip those up and do the whole thing in clay brick if you were gonna do that. And it is back behind the fence.
Where's the pavers that you're talking about in the photos?
The pavers are, there is a link that we have sent and that's the photo right there. Yep, where the little green bush is, the bottom.
Yeah, but there's no pavers there now, right? I mean, there's brick up next to where the dirt is.
But I
Yeah,
don't think that's.
so that's the one where we're going to continue with the brick walkway.
Right, but what's there now is brick, not the pavers from, like the Menard remanufactured. It's actual individual brick, right?
Correct,
Yeah,
correct.
It's a clay product,
right.
as opposed to a concrete product.
Jeez.
Yeah, these aren't pavers, these are individual bricks.
Yeah, but they make there's concrete pavers that are individual bricks and 4 by 8. And then there's larger ones.
I guess what I'm saying is, Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
not-
the issue comes down to whether we want to approve a concrete paver.
Matches.
I would say no. for me, but-
To clarify for the applicant, the commission is discussing the material of the existing brick,
Mhm.
and they're discussing that it appears that the existing brick is a clay brick
Okay,
versus the product that you've submitted is a basic concrete material. It's concrete material. It's not the same clay. So they're worried about the durability of the concrete material
okay, I see.
and the comparison to the existing material on the walk.
Okay, and do we know that the existing one is the one that they have installed there is the clay brick?
That is what they're discussing.
Okay,
So Sorry, just
No, thank you.
something
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
So I think there's some question as to what the existing material is.
Mhm.
And I think that verification of that is going to be part and parcel of us getting to proving what you're proposing.
Okay, so how would we prove which material it is made out of?
Site visit would be the best thing to do.
In this case, I mean, it is a dry laid brick, so they could also bring a sample in for a meet, like if we could meet them and discuss in the lobby or a site visit. If the commission is, wanting that verification, it could be a conditioned approval. May not verify that it's a concrete
I
brick.
think that's what we're hearing.
Right.
And then my next question though is, if it is a concrete brick, that's existing, would we approve them increasing it with the same material?
That they've applied for.
Yeah. If it is all the same.
If this is this, then yes, because it's already there, I
Yeah.
guess. But I don't think that is that.
Yeah, I agree. So we could do a motion that is, it can be expanded with the exact same material that's there now,
Yes.
and then verify it with staff what that is, and then you can go forward.
Thank you.
Commissioners, does that sound doable?
Yes.
Can I have a motion?
Item number GV 2406 -016-239 East Sycamore Street. Move to approve the, move to approve the submittal with the verification.
So I think they want to amend it,
Amend, okay.
and that they're,
Move to amend the submittal to extend the existing pavement if it is in fact clay brick. So is that what we're saying?
With
And
clay
then-
brick. Or
to expand the walkway with material that matches what's there.
That's there.
And we need to verify what that is. If it's clay, then they're gonna expand it with clay. If it's concrete, they can expand.
They can expand it with concrete.
Okay.
Okay. Scratch that and start over.
Okay.
Okay. Move to amend the submittal to expand the existing walk as requested with the same material, but that material needs to be verified
Like that.
by staff.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? None opposed? With caveats, you are approved.
Thank you. And just a quick question, approved for the second one as well?
Yes.
Filling.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
For the applicant, it takes about 3 to 5 business days for staff to compile minutes, and then you'll receive a letter via email explaining the approval condition, the next steps for your application.
All right. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you.
Thank you for the conversation. Item GV 2406-017-246 East Sycamore Street.
That was moved to staff approval.
Thank you.
This meeting.
Right, flip the page. Continued applications, GV 2402-010-117 East Willow Street. Hello. Swear you in, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And
Yes.
state your name.
Jillian Baker.
Thank you very much. Staff.
This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration for the cold chute opening. The application is the result of a code violation. The code violation number is 23444-00115. The applicant has removed the historic cold chute on the front northern elevation and installed glass block and cement infill. The applicant proposes to cover the installed glass block and cement infill with a custom-made replica cold chute door designed to match the neighboring cold chute door. The door will be a 3/8 inch thick backplate with a 1/4 inch thick non-functioning steel door per the submitted drawing, and the door will be installed to the surrounding concrete infill. This application was reviewed at the February 2024 Texas hearing minutes. The application was continued, and the commissioner comments at that hearing were the commission determined the applicant would need to restore a cold chute door to the opening. The cold chute door is a defining architectural feature on a primary elevation. The commission encouraged the owner applicant to utilize architectural salvage or an ironworks company to find or manufacture a new cold chute door. And the replacement cold chute door would not need to match the existing appearance of the removed door, but should be the exact dimensions as the existing door on the neighboring property of the duplex. At the June business meeting, the commission requested additional details on the drawing and suggested an elevation drawing should be provided to clarify the depth of all elements, including the faux attachments and screws. The commission requested a photo showing the neighboring cold chute door being measured to verify the measurements and requested clarification on if the stone header would be replaced and if any remaining concrete would be exposed. The staff recommendation is the staff recommends the commission continue the application to allow time for the applicant to prepare the final installation details to confirm the proposal is in line with city code. The basis for the staff recommendation is city code 31611, standards for alteration, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, and 12. And the German Village guidelines for ornamentation, trim, brackets, fit mold, shutters, lights, fixtures, 1. I do have additional installation details that were not placed in the staff report, just on timing wise from the office to decide. The depth and thickness of the material are on the original drawing. It's a 3/8 back plate, 1/4 door plate, and a 5/8 of depth overall for the faux door. A surface mounted, no projection through the concrete. So it'd be a surface mounted door. The stone header was removed. No stone header installation. They're not going to be cutting into the wall as the plan for the design now. So if they were to go like for the neighbor, that they're saying that stone header would need to support the parts of the foundation. The glass block windows will be covered at 19 inches by 25-inch rectangle, but the other remaining concrete will be exposed around the edges of the chute door. And the door was measured by the applicant to match the neighboring door was measured and does match the measurements provided for the chute door.
What? Do you have anything to add?
I didn't ask for, so I'm working with 410 because I was calling around for old cold chutes and I couldn't find, I found one, but it didn't, I think the dimensions were off and it didn't like remotely resemble my neighbors. So I don't, Fortin they just measured and everything, but he said that, it'll like cover the glass block, but I didn't ask him if it could also like cover the concrete, I feel like. Does that make sense? Because like I know that there's that, like the concrete that was added is not the historical like concrete. You see that? So I don't know if I could ask if it could cover it and like, yeah, like that. What your mouse is doing. I could ask if it could cover that or like I could also ask for the concrete to be taken out, but I don't, but someone else put the concrete on, so I'd have to ask them.
Yeah, I guess that's my issue is the concrete was taken out and just the concrete from glass block put in. But when you look at the original picture or the picture before the modification was done, it looks like potentially there's either concrete or stone. I can't tell by the picture.
Looks like stone.
Like a masonry stone, yeah, and I guess for me, I would wanna make it return to what it looked like before the glass block window was put in. And I think just using the plate to cover it is gonna make the plate much larger than the neighboring plate.
I think the dimensions of your replacement has to match the dimensions of the one next door. It sounds like you are doing that. Anthony's concern of mine also is, how's the header being addressed? I heard something about the concrete can't be replaced, but I don't think that's,
Just that that's not in the scope of the work that we propose now, I think is what the.
I think it has to be. I think the stone header has to go back in.
What is the header?
It is. Yeah, this piece right here is the header. Sounds like it's taken out.
Or like covered?
We're covered, it's still there, that's great.
Okay, so,
But you got it over here, you have it here.
but I don't think he took that stone out. I think he covered it.
And that place he can chip it off, or somebody can chip it off. But it's gotta get back to. Okay, go back. Yeah, it's gotta get back to this appearance. Without being exposed again in that amount of work. Which you should be able to do. I think these stones are all in place.
Yeah, I don't think he took that stone.
How thick is the plate?
5/8 inches, I believe, let me verify.
The pseudo door is 5 inches thick.
Together, so it's a 3/8 inch back plate and a 1/4 inch door plate, so together the total thickness is 5/8 of it, or that, no, doesn't.
Yeah,
Is that
It was-
your?
That is, yeah, 5/8 inches, right?
Yeah, both of them,
Yeah.
and that's my issue.
mine too.
The shadow line is not the same. It's a bad replication.
Photo looks to me like that stone is still in. You can kind of see the print.
Yeah, I think it may be. My issue is the thickness of the metal. And the fact that the shadow line, et cetera. The old one, and you can see it on the existing one, was, I'm gonna say almost 3/4 of an inch thick, but it was a beveled chamfered edge. I would want something to match that. And that's something Fortin should be able to do with heavier material.
Okay, so ask him about that.
Yeah.
All right. 'Cause, yeah.
Not impossible. I think they can do it. I think they can mill the edge to do that.
There was also the option of getting, like, keeping the ability for it to like flip up. Would that require like that?
That would require real hinges. That's up to you.
Oh, okay, I didn't know.
I don't think we're looking for that.
Yeah, I
We're looking for the
was,
historic appearance, not
Okay.
necessarily the historic function.
okay,
Like, it would have to have the hinges that just look like hinges, not be functional
yeah.
hinges.
Is there, the other question would be the attachment, because the Fortin drawing shows holes in the plate to screw it on where the existing one, I think was,
Yeah.
with it and mounted or something of that sort. I don't think you want to see the fastening exposed if you can help it.
Well, you don't see any screw holes or anything like
If
that.
Fortin's able to do that, they could weld pins on the back of what they're manufacturing. Then your installer could drill into the masonry concrete that's there and epoxy it in.
Okay.
Which is kind of what they're gonna do anyway with the bolts that they're gonna use. It's just a hidden attachment as opposed to.
Okay, so ask for the hidden attachment.
One last thing to rust.
That help?
Yeah, I was wondering, so just like thinking about next steps, would the next steps be ask the person who put the concrete in to remove the concrete to expose the header and then get back to Fortin with the modifications, or how do we kind of break
It's
this?
up to you how you wanna, it's your means and methods, as the saying go.
Okay,
I don't think there's any of us would object to you going ahead and doing selective demolition on the mortar that's across the header to see if it's still there.
yeah, and then
And,
okay.
and I would suggest, based on this conversation, that Fortin could reach out to the historic preservation staff for discussion about what we've communicated to you, if that would help.
Okay, and there will also be notes too, because I'm good at remembering, but I think notes too.
You'll get the letter.
Okay, thank
next
you.
week, yeah.
All right, cool.
And just to note on, if you intend to do any selective demolition, you'll want to put in a COA application with us as well.
Yeah, that's what I thought, that
Because
that
those
you
are the
applied to
staff
that.
approval, if you
Okay.
just want to look and see what's under the concrete, but
Okay,
just before any work occurs, you'll want that COA on file
Yeah.
to prevent any future violations.
yeah, so get that in, and then if or when that's approved, then that concrete comes off, and then the Historical Society kind of collaborates with Fortin, or like they ask about stuff and then they get back to me. I'm just trying to like get a little flow going.
Actually, historic preservation staff with the city,
Staff, okay,
which is
So
different
you-
than the society.
okay,
Yes.
okay.
So you can coordinate with us on
All right.
what next steps you'd like to take, and we can assist you in obtaining any COAs or things you need from us for those things.
Okay, that sounds good.
Would you like us to continue your application?
Yeah, that'd be great, because I don't,
Do we have a motion?
A motion for 03 GB 2402010117 Willow Street to continue the application.
Do we have a second? All those in favor?
Hi.
Aye. All those opposed? None? Your application is continued.
thanks.
On to item GV 2405-020-525 South Fourth Street. Afternoon. Raise your right hand. Do you promise to swear, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
State your name, please.
Hannah Durden.
Thank you. Staff?
I have the law.
And I'm here on behalf of Joseph Curry.
Thank you. I just have the wrong pad and paper. This application is a request for action for an exterior building alteration. The proposed work includes the removal of the old deck on the balcony section above the south first floor addition to install a new 5/4 inch treated deck boards to match the existing 1/4 inch gap with a 1/4 inch gap. To install new railings with the 2 inch by 2 inch square spindles. The railing height is to be 36 inches to be placed in between the existing posts. If needed, if needed to be painted, the applicant has proposed Sherwin-Williams 6181 Secret Garden. The staff analysis that work on the porch replacement has already begun with the decking and railings having been removed. At the May business meeting, the commissioner made the following statements and recommendations. The commission requested applicant provide a drawing or information on what was previously there previously. The items in that drawing should be the height of the deck and the height of the railing. The commission asked applicant to clarify what has changed in the design. The applicant responded with the following. The height of the deck from grade is 10 feet 8 inches. The height of the railing will be 36 inches from the deck. The only design change from the previously installed deck will be the change between the 4 inch flat spindles to the new 2 by 2 spindles. And as can be seen in the drawings, and there was a drawing submitted at that time. The application was continued at the May hearing due to the applicant's absence, and at the June business meeting, the commission had no additional requests for information. Staff recommendation that staff recommends approval of any all clarifications to be submitted to HPO staff with the following condition. In that condition, that any and all replacement bare wood be painted to the proposed color section. The basis for that recommendation is City Code Rule 1611, standards for alteration, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, and 12.
Anything to add or clarify or discuss?
No.
You sure?
No?
Teresa, see what you think about this. The existing railing may have been 36. Have you discussed this with the building department? Or do you know if anybody has?
I would assume Joe has done. Yes.
Okay, because I believe it's going to have to be 6 inches taller.
Yeah, I think it's
Code,
42. Okay.
Smart condition.
which means the design you're giving us will not work.
So it just needs to be taller.
Yeah.
So does he just need to resubmit that with those measurements accordingly?
I think you're gonna have to get us to continue this
Okay.
and give us a design that's code compliant.
Yes, so then continue it and then just have him
Okay?
redraw that correct. Like, I just have to make sure I pass along the correct.
Okay, yeah, so that's gotta be 42.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion to continue.
Does the commission have any feedback on the width and depth of the spindle?
Yeah.
work?
Anyone? I'm sorry, thank you.
That's okay, no.
Excuse me, I'm used to being non-chair. So I have no issues with the spindle, so I assume all the rest of them don't, which is not correct.
I don't have any issue with it.
Aaron, Trisha.
Yeah,
It was actually a splat before, so I don't, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little more transparent.
Yeah. No issue with the spindle.
thank you.
Did I ask for a motion? Do we have a motion to continue?
We continue application GB 24-05 020 to give the applicant time to resubmit at a 42-inch height.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? None. Your application is continued.
Thank you, sir.
On to item number 5, GV 2405-019-914 City Park Avenue. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I did.
State your name, please.
Megan Dixon, architect at Greg Dutton Studio.
Thank you. Staff?
This is a request for action for exterior building alteration for a porch enclosure. The proposed work description includes enclosing the existing side porch located on the south elevation. The demo plans include the removal of the porch awning, the removal of the existing porch railings and decking, the removal of lattice on the rear sunroom, the removal of non-contributing shutters on the second floor dormer, the removal of existing brick steps, and the removal of the existing door. The enclosure materials include the windows are to be aluminum clad wood casement windows from the approved list, specifically the Marvin Ultimate and the Gold Play. A full light entry door is to be aluminum clad with a transom. The new wall framing is to be finished with red cedar trim and recessed composite panels. The trim color is attached. To maintain the existing transom and to have new limestone steps. The following is from the now approved May 2024 GPC hearing minutes. The application was continued to allow the applicant time to provide updated materials. Commissioner comments. The primary concern for most commissioners is the removal of the ornate railing on the side porch. The railing is significant and a character defining feature for the property. A railing that is this ornate is unusual for an exterior side porch placement. The commission concluded that removal of the railing would only be supported if the railing was found to be not historic with documented evidence. The commission encouraged the applicant to search for historic photos and to take photos of the current condition of the railing attachment, including below the porch floor to show how the railing interacts with porch decking and framing. If the railing was installed more than 40 years ago, it may be considered historic and contributing. Some commissioners discussed the possibility of expanding the porch footing 6 to 8 inches to allow for the railing to be preserved outside of the porch enclosure, and some commissioners suggested a purposeful extension of the porch configuration to preserve the railing. With both concepts, commissioners were concerned this would be falsely historicizing the porch and railing, and some commissioners felt that if the railing was moved on the property, it would be no different than removing it entirely from the property. HBO staff has looked into the file as requested by the commission and cannot locate a COA for approval for any porch repair or replacement of the side porch in question. From the current submitted photos, it does appear that the porch flooring has been replaced, though, given the condition of the material. In advance of the June business meeting, the applicant sent a historic newspaper photo of the property showing parts of the porch and additional documentation of the porch's current condition. Based on the photos, HBO staff have concluded that the porch flooring was replaced. At the June business meeting, the commission had no request for additional information and thanked the applicant for identifying additional information. HBO staff also added 2 photos from the file at the end of the materials package, both showing the porch railing in 1984 and 1990. And HBO staff have also added Sanborn maps to the materials package. As the railing is shown as existing in 1984, the railing does technically meet the 40-year criteria for contributing properties to elements of the city code. So HBO staff does recommend the commission determine if the porch railing is a distinguishing characteristic for city code 31611. Staff recommends to continue the application to allow the applicant time to provide additional information. The basis for that recommendation is city code 31611, standards for alteration 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, and 12. In the German Village Guidelines for entryways and porch enclosures 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Thank you.
I would just want to add, if you can go to the Columbus Dispatch photograph, because that is the earliest photo we have. It's from 1960.
Yeah, there. And if you can rotate it and look at the image in the top left corner. It won't rotate.
We can zoom in.
All right. Well, if you can zoom in as far as you can. Okay, so in 1960, this is the oldest photo that the society has on record. You can see the exterior porch there used to have the turned wood columns, and there was evidence of a wood railing on that exterior porch. There was also evidence of the railing on the interior porch. However, there's a very distinct urn profile on the current ornate railing that if you're looking at that photo, you can make out light and shadow. That profile doesn't exist on the railing that's in that photo. Throughout the 1960s, they replaced the exterior porch, they removed the slate shingles, they added the dormer, they added the shutters, and they rebuilt the brick porch and steps that currently exist there. So yes, at this point, they are 60 years old, but they are non-contributing features, which is why we're asking to remove the non-contributing shutters and railing, which were put on at that time, including the dormer as well.
Commissioners,
I'll also add, when I provided the pictures, from what I could tell, the railing is only attached at the base and not at the brick wall to the new decking.
I feel like I don't have an issue with removing it.
I'm fine with removal too, since the porch has already been altered.
I had no problem with it either. I think when it was installed, it was probably inappropriate at that time. So if it's old enough to be historically significant, but I think it's historically insignificant or historically significantly appropriate. So I do have an issue with the design. Your new wall construction is flush with the face of the brick. I think it needs to go back at least 2 inches and let that corner of the brick be exposed.
That's not an issue if that can be
And the
conditionally
same thing, I
approved.
think the porch floor needs to be expressed and the baseboard of the porch needs to be expressed.
Yeah, the baseboard is expressed.
But I think that doesn't need to be the end of the boards, but I think that decking
Mhm.
needs to be expressed as if the edge was still there.
Right.
And then this enclosure sets back from that and goes up.
I can submit revised drawings if that can be conditionally approved.
Yeah, that's. Trustee, your thoughts?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I think it's still, the porch deck should still read its deck. That you've enclosed it an inch or two, I'd say 2 inches back from the brick face.
Mhm.
Anything else? Do you have a motion on the amended application?
I move on application GV 24 05 019 914 City Park Avenue to approve the application as amended by the applicant to push the new wall back so that the porch deck, the corner, and the baseboard can all be expressed. And that we are approving demolition of the railing, even though it is well over 40 years old, because it's not the original railing, and it was inappropriate when it was installed.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Your application as amended is approved.
Thank you.
Just for our records, what is you said 2 inches for the expression?
Item number 6, GV 2405-022-101-103 Thurman. For your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes,
And your names?
Joshua Young, Chad Baker.
Thank you.
This is a request for action on exterior building alteration. This application is in response to a code violation. That violation number is 2444-0028. The application has been amended since the last hearing and is now to remove the installed soffit vents and to install the cinder molding that was removed. And then to install new soffit vents around the roof perimeter. The applicant was recently approved for rubber roof for asphalt shingle roof replacement and box gutter repair with BB-23-12-014. The staff analysis is the following is from the May 2024 GC hearing minutes. The application was continued to allow the applicant time to provide updated materials for a future hearing and the commissioner comments. The commission confirmed that the existing soffit vents do not follow the issued COA and do not meet city code or the German village guidelines. The box gutter repair replacement should have been completed like for like, including the installation of any trim details like the molding down center and the box gutter. Soffit vents are not historically appropriate. Historic roof materials will not require the same venting as the modern asphalt shingle. The commission encouraged the applicant and owner to pursue alternative methods of adding intake ventilation, including soffit strips or a vent cap, and screening behind the fascia. When the application returns for review, the applicant should submit product specification information for the proposed venting method, with a shop drawing of the new appearance of the box gutter with enough detail for the commission to understand the details of the proposed solution. Deviation from utilizing all historic materials may be appropriate if non-wood elements are properly obscured behind traditional wood elements of the box gutter. An example of plastic soffit strips proposed to be installed within the box gutter elements. Sorry, front and back. At the June business meeting, the commission had no requests for additional information, and the applicant has submitted a list of addresses and photos for identified soffit vents around German Village. Those photos are in the materials package. Staff recommendation, the staff recommends they continue the application to allow the applicant time to look into alternative venting methods that are in line with city code and urban village guidelines. Or staff does recommend that if the commission were to support any of the new proposed soffit venting, to approve them as a test case with the following condition. And that condition being that all vents are painted and or appropriately obscured from view. The basis for that staff recommendation is city code through 11611, standards for alteration, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And that is it. We do have the list of properties with the addresses that the applicant submitted and information on those from the file, if the commission would like any of that information later in the meeting.
Yes.
I found over 20 properties by looking at 3 streets. I didn't have time to go down all the side streets. I parked my car, I looked up at my first house I looked at on City Park. And I was with my fiance, we're driving down, she said, well, we've seen 3, why don't we just park the car and just keep walking around and look? And they're everywhere. I didn't have time to look at, spend another 3, 4, 5 hours to look at all the side streets. The very first house I looked at are the soffit vents, just like the ones that Chad Baker and her company installed. And they're all black. I'd be totally, what my suggestion is that I would keep the vents, they're painted black. I would put a decorative strip down the left side of the new soffit vent to have it look as close to prior before and to keep the soffit vents. I saw ones that were painted. I can't imagine how they are properly vented when there's smaller strips, right? Smaller strips where, the hole would be obscured or the slat would be obscured, etc. These are good vents that will preserve the property. They're similar to other well-kept properties in German Village, and I would appreciate the opportunity to keep the work that Chad and his company did to make the property better, more sustainable. And it's going to be here for another 80 to 90 years until we're all not here.
Commissioners?
Did you submit the addresses of the ones that you found?
Yes, 556 City Park, 655 770 717 765 778 914 779 785 818 3rd Street, 921 3rd Street, 180 Thurman, 153 Thurman, 48 Thurman, 1082 City Park. Those are the ones that I found by going down City Park and 3rd Street and Thurman. I didn't go down any of the side streets.
But you submitted it to them, to staff?
Yes, I emailed, I took pictures and
I guess
I
would say-
apologize for all the emails. I was emailing them as they were coming up and then I just kept emailing as they were coming. But
If the commission was like, would like, I do apologize. We did check the files, do have, information on 14 of those parcels that were listed.
Can you go through that, please?
Absolutely.
It's only fair.
For 556 City Park, there were actually no files in the, no associated COA with their files. For 655 City Park, the building was constructed in 2003. There are no notes on those 2003 construction drawings related to soffit vents, but no restriction of soffit vents in the COA. 717 City Park, in GV-23-10-002, there was approval to replace only the OG gutters, but there was no work to the soffit that was approved with that COA. Vents were existing at the time of application, but they were existing and should have remained untouched. In that case, 765 City Park, GV-13-10-06, there was a gutter replacement. There are no vents mentioned with that application or listed on the application or COA, and no documentation photos were made in the file in that case. 770 City Park is GV-13-07-29B. There was a slate roof replacement, including the standard ridge vent spec, which is in the COAs that were issued now. It's the same spec that says ridge venting in lieu of soffit or e-venting. There are no soffit vents present with the application photos, so any soffit vents installed do not follow the COA. 778 City Park is GV-16-4-3. They did replace the roof, but there's no gutter or soffit work mentioned, and again, it is that standard soffit, standard ridge vent spec. With GV-15-7-14, the box gutters were replaced, but no soffit vents were mentioned or identified in any photos at that time. We did get the address for 779 City Park, and there is no parcel with that address, so it might be just to combine with a different address parcel in the records. 785 City Park, there are 2001 photos on file, and there are no identified vents in the photos. It is 1993 construction, and again, there's no vents mentioned in the 1993 drawings. 1082 City Park is GV-95-1-6A. There is an approval to rebuild the soffit vents to match. That is the quote from the COA, and that went to the commission at the time. They included in the 1990s photos, and they do not show any soffit vents. So if they were added, that is not the 1995 COA. 818 3rd Street, there is no related files, and the last COA in that file is from 1981. So again, it's possible that it's under a different address in the file. 921 3rd Street is GV-22-11-035. That was reviewed by the commission to replace the stop gutters with half round gutters. There were photo evidence for that replacement. It's an unusual replacement. There are no soffit vents identified at the time of the application. Any photos? The photos did not look very closely, so I'm not sure about the actual documentation of soffit vents at that time. 48 Thurman, there are no related files, and the last COA is actually from 1979. 153 Thurman is no such address, and 180 Thurman is a GV-11-4-1, which is a roof replacement, and again, that is that standard ridge vent, no soffit vent specification. So there are no approved soffit vents from that list.
Thank you very much. So to be consistent, we have not approved the kind of vents that you've been brought to the commission for.
So would the solution be is to tell at least 20, if not more, the houses I look at that I figure somewhere around 40% of all houses on the streets I look at, without making reference of every single address has soffit vents.
Yeah.
So we'd have to tell, somewhere around, 600 residents that 240 of them have to rip down their soffit vents and 240 people are down.
If you would be so inclined to make that report to 311, we would appreciate it.
I would think that'd be inconsistent with the edict that's right on the page of the front page of the GVC website, that it's to enhance the properties. So I'd say 40% of the properties have done a good job of enhancing the property so that the roofs are properly vented, the attics are properly vented. So
Arguing it's just that those kind of events are not for the guidelines, and this commission has never approved them based on historical report. So I don't know how we could approve it. Yeah, it's my point.
And I leave that up to the rest of the commissioners, that's just
Right.
my point.
Or we redo the PDF slightly. Yeah,
I mean,
I'm sure the people that made these, sorry, I didn't mean to cut off, I apologize.
no, go ahead.
Well, I would say that the people that were constructing houses back in 1890, had they had good evidence of plumbing, they would put in toilets. They'd have good evidence of, furnaces, they replace furnaces. There aren't any outhouses there anymore on the
Yes,
property.
there is.
Okay, maybe there's, maybe you have
At least one,
at least one outhouse, okay.
and it's active.
It's actually,
Sorry.
okay. Point taken. I would say that they would vent the properties in maybe a uniform way of venting the properties as opposed to, I can't see how functionally you put a plastic vent or metal vent underneath it, back behind it, and you paint it is precluding it from doing what it's supposed to be doing, which is venting. So if you do it, you paint it, you're gonna make it so you're gonna be putting in material that's not meant to, that was in 1890. And had there been proper venting, they would have probably had vented it because they would have done it for structural reasons. They would have done it for not just aesthetics, they would have done for functionality. So if you take it away, then we're taking away from functionality, and 40% of the houses have been updated for better functionality of the property. So if there's something that I have to appeal higher so that like literally the PDF is changed to allow for it or something to that effect.
And I'm agreeing with you in the fact that when the houses were built, they didn't require them. They leaked all over the place. They didn't have insulation in them. And they naturally vented out whichever way it worked, and that's fine. We've tightened these houses up because we've installed central heating. We've tightened them up because we've installed central air conditioning. We have vapor barriers in them now. We have insulation in them now. We have to protect the insulation from condensation, freezing up and failing. And we have to come up with some system that works to vent those roofs that is the least objectionable vision.
And I would add that on the approval, the COA, it specifically says options for venting in lieu of hat vents or soffit vents. That was already on there.
So it wasn't the roof was not, the back roof was replaced. The prior roof had been recently replaced, the asphalt roof. And so what Chad and I had discussed up until the venting was that the roof did not need to be replaced because it was already in good condition because it had been recently replaced by the previous owner that did various and sundry things that wasn't improved and this, that, and the other. It wasn't until after the fact that it was taken up around and then it was replaced. And then the question is that should we have come back and asked for soffit vents? Yes, we should have come back and asked for soffit vents. Apologize, we didn't ask for soffit vents, but the roof wasn't being replaced. The ridges weren't being replaced. The top, the venting on top wasn't being replaced. After the craftsmanship was already done, Chad had discussed with me. I didn't think about looking at the COA. I've only owned property since March. I'm trying to live by the GVC rules. And I was like, yes, that makes sense. It should be the best thing so that the roof can vent itself up. That way you don't have to rip up all the asphalt. $10,000, I rip up all the asphalt, 30, and it's not so much the money of it. That's not my hugest concern, but $10,000, you rip up the asphalt roof. $30,000, you rip down the box gutters, because the box gutters, there's no way on God's green earth that you should be taking nails and ripping out the bottom of it. That'd be difficult to do, and it would damage the integrity of the box gutter in the first place. So you rip them all down. You rip down all of the scabbing off of the rafters, and then you go and you put in a plastic or metal thing that didn't exist before, and then you put it in, and then you put in the ridge venting, and then you put the asphalt back on. If that's done, then, is it living by the exact letter of what the COA, but would be ripping down and damaging the property. It's kind of like what the approval was to keep, there's a staff approval because there's not supposed to be, the stone and the sills aren't supposed to be the same color. Well, doing an acid wash on it would destroy the concrete, and there's ones that are painted all around the community. So the box cutter's black, the soffits are black. It's matching everything. I spent like $120,000 on the property. It's not going to fall down. I would ask for an exception. And the very next time that there's anything done on the property, I promise, A, I will ask for permission before I do it. B, I will reread the COA before anybody does any work on it. But the property is in great condition now. And I would like to keep it in great condition.
So I want to go back to your application, which is for the vent behind the fascia board.
Yes,
And that's what you've asked for us to approve or not approve.
yes. And I don't want to do that. And that's why I've asked again on the original COA when I first got the violation back in April, I re-emailed and said I would ask for a staff approval to keep the fence as is. So that's my original of coming before the May, before today was actually that. We only put the application in because, sorry, I don't remember the other commissioner's name, but he had suggested it. Sorry, he had suggested it. And the more I look A, at the vents, B, like what it does, and the fact that of painting it, I wouldn't want to do that because it'd be a pointless thing to do because it's not going to vent it properly. And I might as well just have it not vented at all. So if you like, if there could be a continuance and we could rewrite with supporting documentation to keep the fence as is and continue it through July, is that something
I would
amenable?
support that because you're right. What's before us right now is a continuous vent behind the fascia board. So if you would like us to continue this, so you can revise it appropriately to what your intentions are.
Okay.
Commissioners, is there a motion?
Trying to get to the number.
Give it a second. I think I'm not-
Somebody else wanted a motion, I can't find it.
Move for continuance on GB 2405-022-101 to 103 Thurman Avenue.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Application is continued.
Thank you. Thank you.
Application GV 2406-018-774 South 6th Street. Raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You do.
And your name is?
Sarah. Head.
Thank you.
This application is a request for action. It's an exterior building alteration for a new window opening. This application is the result of a code violation. The code violation number is 2444-4-00040. To install a new window opening, a new window in a new opening on the north elevation first floor. The opening is to be 27.5 inches wide by 52 and 1/16 inch high and located 60 inches above the ground level. The new window is to be a Marvin Ultimate double hung 2/2 window in black from the improved window list. It says new window 2B, the window has been installed.
Yeah.
The staff analysis, the application to install a new window opening was previously reviewed at the March 6, 2024 TPC hearing. After a conversation with the applicant at the March hearing, the applicant removed the new window opening from the application and the window replacement for the west elevation second floor window was approved. Therefore, at the March meeting, no action was taken on the new window opening as was withdrawn by the hearing. The commission agreed at the March hearing that the new opening was inappropriate, though, from the recording. The following from the approved March 2024 TPC hearing minutes. There's no notes in this about the actual opening. It's just a section from the approval, which just shows the window opening being removed and the commission noting that it was removed to approve the other items. So I'll not read the actual motion from that meeting. At the June business meeting, the commission requested that the applicant provide how they interpreted that the new window opening follows the code and the German village guidelines. The applicant did provide additional information, which has been added to the materials package. At the March hearing, additional information here, the applicant and HBO staff identified a property on the street that had a window placed in a similar location. The address for a similar window was identified at 770 South Sixth Street. The final COA was to remove an existing window on the north side rear addition and to add a new window in a new location per the submitted drawings. There was a 2014 COA that mentioned an existing window in the addition that is to be relocated, but the window that is planned to be existing is absent from the 2009 Google Street View. Or not within the perspective of the photo. It is kind of tucked away, so it might just not be visible from the street side. There are no photos in the file to document the existing addition related to 2014 COA. The 2014 COA materials are in the materials package. We do note that the 2014 addition COA was related to a frame addition and not a brick addition. HBO staff finds that a new window opening does not align with the city code or the German village guidelines. The German village guideline recommends avoiding changing the size of existing window openings, and city code 3011611 stands for alteration 2. Also says that removal or alteration of any historic material or distinctive architectural feature shall be avoided whenever possible. The new window opening was a removal of historic material and the disruption of the architectural feature of the historic rhythm of massing. If the commission determines that the window opening can remain, HBO staff would recommend the commission require the window trim to be replaced to be a more appropriate size and to match the size and configuration of the window trim on the west elevation. Staff recommendation that staff recommends to continue the application to allow the applicant time to provide a design that is more in line with the German village guidelines and city code. The basis for that recommendation is city code 3011611, standards for alteration 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, and 12, and the German village guidelines for windows 1 and 6.
So the outside trim should be altered, is the.
Well, you've asked for us to approve a window installed in a historic masonry wall without any, that's what we're here for.
Without what? Sorry.
Without any opening, there was no masonry opening in the wall, you've cut an opening in it.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
asking us, and this is, we're gonna treat this as if it hasn't happened. You're asking for us to approve that, a new window in that location.
well, no, because it was already in progress in the last
Yeah,
week.
you have violation of that.
Right,
It wasn't approved.
It wasn't approved, so we're approaching this as if the wall's in place.
okay,
You're asking for us to allow you to cut a hole in the wall and
Okay.
install a window.
okay,
That's how we have to approach it from the point of view of the guidelines.
got it.
Okay. Would you like to justify why you should be able to cut a hole in a historic wall and install a window?
Sure, I mean, I had a write-up in, the additional materials about how it follows city code, the installation, and how it follows the rhythm of building openings and the guidelines of German village guidelines. Since there's only one window on that side of the house, at the moment, and a lot on the other side, and mimics, neighboring structures, like I said, with the house beside us having the same window location. So that was the initial thought behind it, and it was already in progress at the previous meeting where it was on the application, and I think we just didn't realize that it would be, like, we now understand the gravity of the commission approval and didn't realize how strict it
You
would
did
be.
ask us to remove it from your application in that meeting.
Mhm. Yeah, so.
Sure, somebody has to be responsive, sure, the historic preservation. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever allowed someone to cut an opening in a historic masonry structure that wasn't there already.
Okay.
And so there's a lot of people ahead of you had that denied. In fact, there are actually, as I recall, several, at least one, if not more, buildings in German Village that absolutely have no windows on one side. It's just brick.
Okay.
But yeah, it's not appropriate. And so are you saying that at the meeting in March, you removed the window from the application, even though it was actually in the process of being cut?
It was, I mean, in the interior portion of it, yeah, the outside was basically in progress as well, so I mean, yeah, we didn't realize how serious it was, I guess. We don't plan to do any other exterior changes, because it's been quite the process and very stressful for us. To be honest.
So this is to allow historic a window to be installed in historic. Motion, we have to make a motion positive that we approve it. And then the commissioners will vote appropriately one way or the other.
Okay.
But do I have a motion to approve a window for this application?
Make a motion to approve the installation of a window at 774 South Sixth Street on the first floor by removing historic masonry without German Village Commission approval
You can just say for the application.
for the application.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Aye.
I
Your application is done.
Reasons for denial for the record.
They
They could be both from code guidelines and just additional comments.
Yeah, I'm gonna go what you wrote in. Standards for alteration, CC 3116.11. German Village guidelines. Avoiding enlarging or downsizing the existing window openings. We've actually made one here. That we don't allow demolition of historic. Particularly masonry. So I think your next step is come to the commission with how you're going to resolve the issue and restore the masonry.
I guess, you mean like around the trim around it?
No,
Like,
replace the brick,
take the window out. and
take the
replace
window out, replace the brick.
For the owner because this is a denial, you'll receive a certificate of denial, which explains different routes you can take on that denial. But you can return to the commission at any time with a very different application, which in this case, they are recommending that application be to restore the brick. But that certificate of denial will outline other paths you can take to appeal or mediate or come back to the commission in different ways.
okay, and if we don't have the material to, like, the historic material to replace?
That's just one solution you offer. There's other ones. I think I'll get. But you'll get it in the letter.
Okay.
What's your options?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, there's three routes. There's appeal back to the commission, appeal to the Board of Commission Appeals, or you can select mediation, and those will all be outlined in the various related city code requirements for each of those options.
Okay, thank you.
You'll get it via email as well as certified mail.
Thanks.
Thank you both. On to item 8. GV 2406-019, 122 East Coppice. With your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name.
Claire Gray.
Thank you. Staff.
This application is for landscaping. It's a request for action for the rear yard. To remove an overgrown cherry tree, 3 small hibiscus trees, and bamboo. To plant a new lilac tree to replace an ornamental cherry tree. To plant a new spire trees along the back fence to replace the dead hibiscus trees. To install a new brick patio and dry riverbed walkway. And to plant new trees, bushes, and plants per the submitted site plan. The staff analysis of the application was placed on the June agenda by HPO staff due to the amount and types of hardscaping proposed and for the removal of the ornamental cherry tree, which does exceed 12 inches, but it is an ornamental tree. At the June business meeting, the commission requested the applicant submit a photo and product information for the river rock and asked if the river rock and other masonry elements would be dry laid or mortared. As the commission has previously approved gravel patio areas, with the gold fines gravel, HBO staff have not identified any issues with the River Rock patio. Once final details are confirmed. After this was drafted, we did receive a sample photo of the River Rock from the applicant, as well as confirmation that everything would be dry laid. So no, any sort of mortar or anything. The staff recommendation is that staff recommends approval of any clarifications to be submitted to HBO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of certificate with the following conditions. And that, those conditions are that all stones and masonry are dry laid as then confirmed by the applicant, and with the appropriate retention methods to prevent any spreading of the rocks. The basis for that staff recommendation is City Code 311-613, standard for site improvements A, and the German Village guidelines for walks, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots, 1, 2, and 4.
Just looking to create a patio area in the backyard and replace overgrown or dying landscaping and removing the invasive bamboo.
I'm going to turn to our landscape architect.
Well, the ornamental cherry is a mature tree. Ornamental cherries are not, don't have a long lifespan compared to a shade tree or an oak or a tree of that type. So I don't have an issue with removing it. It's an old tree and probably nearing its lifespan. And I don't have any issues with the replacement. I mean, the tree lilac is another ornamental tree, so we're replacing one ornamental tree with another one. So I don't have any issues with the application.
And I would just say I have no issues with the River Rock breed, an appropriate mulch, that's all I'm gonna. Trissa. Anyone else?
I don't have any issues with it.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve application for 08 GV 2406-019, 122 East Copper Street.
Second, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Your application is approved.
Thank you.
GV 2406-020, 116 Reinhardt Avenue, 922 South Third Street, an unaddressed lot from Concord Place. So, come on up.
I have a break in my kneecap.
Oh,
Ouch.
I have new drawings.
hey, do you want to raise your right hand please,
Oh, go
first?
ahead.
Let me swear you in. Do you promise to, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state your name.
Would you like to take?
State your name.
Yes,
State your name.
Patricia Cunningham.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a request for action for landscaping. The landscaping is to replace the degraded asphalt from the driveway alleyway behind 169 Park and adjacent to 922 South Third Street with like-kind materials. The existing asphalt is to be fully removed and replaced. To add 1 foot of green space along some areas per the submitted site plan. And a large percent of the work areas is unowned according to property records, and other portions are owned by the applicants. All neighbors are to retain alley access, and all neighbors with alley access in the block have submitted letters, emails, and phone calls of support or acknowledgement of the work. Staff analysis is at the June business meeting. The commission asked the HBO staff to confirm the approval process with building and zoning services to understand how they might interpret an issued permit for work to this area. We have reached out to building and zoning. At the time, the person we spoke to believed that this could actually be right of way, so we reached out to right of way. Right of way confirmed there are no files indicating this was ever dedicated to the city, which confirms exactly what the applicant submitted. There's no legislation to accept this area, so in their opinion, it is private alley. The recommendation from the right of way manager is that if building and zoning in the permit process has any concerns about ownership, that the title company can be hired to search the history of the property and identify an owner. But that would be up to the applicant at the time of their submission for the permit to building and zoning services. Because the parcel is technically unowned, it is within, the review to issue a COA for this condition, basically. Staff recommendation that staff recommends approval with any clarifications we submitted to HBO staff for review and approval. The basis for the recommendation is City Code 301-613, standing for site improvements A, and the German Village guidelines for walks, sidewalks, driveways, and parking lots, I.
Thank you. Anything to add?
I have a hard time hearing.
That's okay. Anything to add?
No, it's just been a mess for so long.
Yeah.
We're trying to get this done for close to 6 years. First, trying to figure out who owned the property. And I did go to the county and they did find a person who inherited the property who wants nothing to do with it. And so we were free to do anything we wanted. And I was able to get all the neighbors involved. And so I was really, really happy about that. And actually helping one of the neighbors pay for it. So it's kind of really a joint project.
I don't have any issue with it.
It's like
Yeah.
a private driveway.
Right.
Yeah, I think the only thing that really, to us, the ownership is gonna be between you and getting the permit. The ownership issue will be between you and the city getting the permit, as Nicole said.
Okay.
Anthony had a question about, can we approve improvements on property that is not owned by the applicant? And typically, we can. We've had people try to approve fences on other people's property. And that we can't do that, but I think this is a different case, because it's unknown. So I think the issue here really is asphalt appropriate surfacing material for this, which I think it is.
We don't know the person who owns it. They won't give me the name.
Yeah, so this is an issue.
He wants.
Well, see, when you go get the permit, you will deal with that.
Right,
I think
yeah.
our authority is the asphalt pavement, the appropriate material, and that's all that we're limited to. And I have no issue with that. So if there's a motion,
I move on application GB 24 06 020 116 Reinhardt Ave, 922 South Third Street, to approve the application as submitted, as asphalt is appropriate for a private drive off an alley.
second,
Second.
thank you. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, your application is approved.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I missed the second on that.
Who did, what's it?
Oh, I
You
said
did.
it. Sorry.
When I'm looking down, it's hard to know, especially with the
Process
process.
what your question.
So,
GV 2406-021, 870 South Third Street. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I
State
did.
your name, please.
Sandy Gregorio, I'm here for CJE Restoration.
Thank you. Staff?
this is a request for an exterior building alteration, for the front porch. To install a new 137-inch long pine porch railings between the existing posts. To install the top and bottom railing with a 2¼ inch wide fenders, and to paint the new porch railing Sherwin-Williams form stone SW7032. To install a new metal handrail on the concrete porch steps and a black steel to match the example photo provided. Staff analysis of the June business meeting, the commission requested an elevation drawing of the proposed final appearance of the porch and requested confirmation on the proposed final appearance. The commission also requested any historic photos of the house showing the porch or rail. HBO staff have identified one photo from the 1980s. There's a rail on the driveway side of the porch, and we've also, I believe, added sandboard maps to this file, but if not, we have them in it's not okay. So we can pull those up in just a moment if they're needed. The staff recommendation that staff recommends to continue the application to allow the applicant time to provide additional information for the final appearance of the railing. But staff does generally support a new railing being installed for this porch, given the documentation of a existing railing having been there in the 80s. The basis for the staff recommendation is City Code 31611, standards for alteration 1 through 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, and 12, and the German Village Guidelines for porches and stoops 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Yes?
We were kind of surprised we got on this docket. We didn't realize it till this morning, so.
Oh, my God.
So, we have the drawings of what it will be like, and I just submitted the metal railing drawing online to you because that just came to me for the handrail for the stairs. Can I pass this out to him, or how do you want to do it, or you want to just continue it, or?
If you'll accept.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't have a, no,
Okay, no, that's fair.
we don't have a way to pull it out of the.
That's-
Oh, okay.
That's fair.
Just to retain.
Well, I have the drawing. There's another property we're actually working on, but we're not working on, we're fixing parts of her porch that have gone bad, but we're basically replicating her porch. I didn't make a lot of copies of this, but this is a 610 Mohawk. We're basically wanting it to look like that. The porch isn't quite as long, so it will not have the middle post.
Yeah, you've got this picture.
And the metal railing that I sent you looks just like the metal railing on that. But the metal works in Grandview Heights.
It does, but it doesn't, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner?
So I'm sorry, the existing railing is 36 inches high?
There is no railing.
Oh, I'm looking at the picture.
That's what it's going to look like, but
Okay,
yeah, it's,
I got you.
yeah,
And
it's
then
27 inches off the ground.
So is this a metal railing now? Or
It has no railing at all.
I mean, what you're proposing is a metal railing?
No, the spindles will be wood, but the railing for the stairs only will be metal.
to the code height.
Because they're concrete stairs, you
It
can't
depends on
put
how
wood.
far they are, where I can't.
It's, well, it's not a guard condition.
Okay, thank you. That's.
Guard can, that kicks in at 30 inches.
Is it 30? Okay.
Yeah, you
Unless
can't
it's a
fit
meets
baby's
and
heads.
egress.
There's an alteration, there's one full column like out in the front.
Mhm.
The other ones are like half columns against the brick.
I like-
What we have to do to be able to bring the handrail across and not hit the decorative area of the columns is we're proposing to raise them 2 inches higher.
The posts?
Yes, and put 2 inches at the bottom of the columns, all 4 of them. That way it will look like the picture, so we won't hit the decorative area of the columns
Gotcha.
with the
That was one of
railing
my questions.
to make it more stable. I think you had asked for how far it was off the ground. There were a couple of things. I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry, I had to
47.
represent Josh. I'm not trying to read it as we go. It's gonna be cedar post. Because I gave him a hard time. I'm like, I need to know what kind of wood it is. Since we're adding it, they're gonna be all cedar. The
And the-
columns that are there now are cedar painted.
So are the spindles 4 inches in the center or 4 inches?
They're like the actual size of the spindles.
You know, the centering, the spacing.
It says that they are 4.5 inches.
On center? Okay.
Yes, on center. Yeah, that's this little drawing, sorry, on center.
My only question about this is you're spanning almost 12 feet with this, and you're not showing any support to the deck in the middle. Where are you placing?
I know that he talked to people about that to make sure. And they said it should be fine, so I don't know. That's what I asked him too. I said, are we gonna be putting another column down the middle?
You got a bunch of commissioners up here saying.
I asked him that too. That was my question.
It doesn't, it wouldn't have to be a column, it could be a post.
It could be,
It'd
okay,
just be a shorter
Yeah,
post,
just something on the bottom. And,
attach it to the
Yeah,
decking of the
but we
floor.
need to know that.
yeah,
And usually it's like, a lot of systems say no more than 4 feet.
yeah.
Yeah.
Does that have to be a certain width, do you know? I think they're worried about the integrity of the look. So if we put a big post,
Whatever, it could be as small as it needs to be.
as long as it
to support
touches
bottom
the,
rail.
Yeah.
yeah, we could do that definitely.
So I think we need to see your metal rail, because it's not like the one on Mohawk. One on Mohawk starts at the top of the tread. Your
if you're gonna do this metal rim, from here, it's gonna have a horizontal component to get out beyond. This
I think
is-
I think even the one on Mohawk is not attached to the column.
Well, the length, with the length here, I mean, you've got to cover this distance here with the handrail.
I mean, I have the drawing, do you want to see?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep, but no. I'll tell you what, see this, where this is at?
Yeah.
I think this is gonna have another horizontal element to get back to the, even though it's not attached to the column, it's gonna have to. I have a problem with that here.
So you're saying instead of having one,
It could be, but I think it's. I think. I think there's more than just a riser depth at the top. That's the problem. What do you think?
Could we, when the commission is done looking at that, take a photo of the photo just to have the record of what was
Yeah.
reviewed by the commission?
Sure you can, and then, like I said, you'll have it in your email too when you get back.
Absolutely, because like tomorrow, just have the record of what was reviewed.
It was like last minute for.
I mean, the profile here is correct with a stair, and you no longer have to extend, I don't think you have to extend past the bottom steps.
Yeah, other than we don't usually like the post in the step. Really cracks the step.
So I guess I feel like switching to the metal, that there should be a space between them if you're gonna do it. I don't understand why you would switch to a metal railing.
Yeah. Well, because like you said, the integrity, it's concrete stairs. But we have to drill into them that many times for the different spindles. It's gonna, right, it's gonna damage, that's probably the point, and we just damaged. I think that was the whole idea of the metal. So we only have 2 points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could get a photo.
Oh, sure.
So your issue, Ned, is you're saying it needs to attach to the column?
No, I don't think it does, but it needs to go back to the column.
So there's not a 2-foot gap there.
Yeah, so there's not a 2-foot gap. Do you see this tread's way out here in front? You get enough for a
Yeah.
planter to sit on.
So that's the metal railing that goes.
Yeah, I'm saying, if we're gonna do a metal rolling, it's never rolling up, but it's gotta go, it's gotta be a
Back.
horizontal element to it that goes back to the column, and that's not what's shown on that thing.
No, because I think
we need
that's just showing that, well, it's kind of weird. Because that tread depth looks the same,
But it's on the same elevation as. There's no rise there.
it was like that. Through shows a post coming up right here.
Yeah, and I think it needs to
So-
go farther back.
Okay,
That's,
so,
I think we need a drawing.
and maybe, some idea of the acceptable gap.
Look at this.
Do you know what kind of acceptable gap you're looking for?
Whatever's allowed.
So
by
because we're
code.
changing from, right,
Whatever's allowed by code. So I think we need more information.
okay.
So my suggestion would be to continue this, give you the opportunity to.
I think we assumed it was going to be anyway, so, but I didn't want to not
Okay.
show up for you. So,
So if that's agreeable, we will, if there's a motion to continue.
are we gonna be okay spindle wise and handrail wise?
Well, it sounded to me like we thought the handrail was an appropriate design, except for the fact that you're spanning too far with,
And you're not saying I need a full column, I just need, I need to attach it to the
That it
flooring
matches,
at some
yeah.
point.
so you're gonna break that up with the vertical post
Okay.
at a, appropriate space.
I would say even in terms of a block,
Just-
just a block.
Would that be appropriate though? If
Yeah,
the-
but what's gonna be the top? I mean, I guess the top one is supported, but.
By the bottom, yeah. Now, whether it's got the horizontal,
What would be appropriate on the guidelines to the committee for the block, though? Is there anything, any particular?
No.
No, that wouldn't be.
But you've got to meet building code for horizontal and lateral force on that guardrail. I don't know if that, almost 12 feet, you can do that with what you're doing.
Yeah, it's like somebody's gotta go hit it with 250 pounds and it doesn't break.
I mean, that was my question to my boss. I just thought it.
So I think there's some more thinking that needs to be done.
Yeah, we'll do a little more, we'll actually talk to our architect too, because he'll know. But you're saying if you write it up with bracing at a minimal, if that will be appropriate with our architect, and we'll make sure it is before we go forward and get you information.
My personal opinion, I don't think it needs a whole column, it just needs blocking underneath, but I'm not sure you're not gonna need to do a column.
Okay.
Does anybody have any issues with them bracing the existing columns?
Personally, I think it would look better, but I'm not an architect, so.
Better for bracing or for a column?
I think it would look better to actually put a post like that.
I'm blind, sorry.
And then try to figure out how to use like, remnants of previous.
Yes. So you'd be putting an actual post and you can keep the top rail continuous.
Yeah,
But
that'd be
just
probably-
put that.
You know, ask.
It should match the column.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to be full height, so if they're worried about having obstructed, you know.
Yeah, it can only, it's just supporting the railing and it's not
So if we
supporting
match
the roof.
the column post, we can put it.
Yeah, match that segment of the
Okay.
column.
Actually, on yours, on the deck, it looks like there are,
Yeah.
3 previous post holes. That needs to be addition.
I mean, that was very, it looked like, we took out
Steps.
Guess that I would. Excuse me, but, okay, so we'll match the column if we can go half. But you would not be opposed if the homeowner decided to go all the way up with the column, as long as it all matches, right? Yeah, yeah. I just want to make sure, because they may say,
More porch columns, I would say keep it at a,
that's what I would say.
it's tight.
Do we know if the height's okay on that for, I know the last one, because that was a balcony, had to be taller. Can it be 36 inches now?
said this was because it wasn't as high.
This, if the 27 inches is true, it doesn't require a guard condition that I'm aware of.
Yeah, he ran a tape, I have pictures of that. I thought it was in the original pictures he submitted, but Nicole attested this. I've been submitting them all. He did this one himself, so I don't know what he submitted. I don't have access to it when he does it, so until it gets approved, but I thought we had a picture of that in there. He showed the measurement, but he may not have included it.
Yeah, it's got 27 inches.
Yes, that.
He wrote it on there.
Yeah. From the ground to the porch face, 27 inches.
Okay, yeah.
Code not to exceed, well, he has code not to exceed 24.
Yeah, because I thought at first he was told the code was 24, but it's 27, so. There again, if I'm gonna talk to the city though, I can always find out.
They may be saying that because they're determining that as means of egress. Because it's adjacent to the egress from the house, because
Yeah.
that's a different situation.
Yeah. Actually, it is.
So we'd want to clarify that to the city too, just the building department, just to make sure. Okay,
Anything else? If not,
thank you
is
for
there a
accepting
motion-
drawings at the last minute there, so. Sorry.
If not, is there a motion to continue?
Is there anything besides, new drawing, is there any additional information besides the new drawing the commission would like to see for the next review?
Verification of the height above grade, the porch rail, and then the metal rail in elevations.
Okay.
With the supports.
And it supports you. See, this one goes down to, yeah, good. So do I have a motion to continue?
Motion to continue application 11 GV 2406022 Pearls, or I'm sorry. Scratch that. Motion to continue application 10 GV 2406021 870 South Third Street.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None?
All right, thank you.
Continue.
Thank you very much.
Got ahead of myself. Yeah.
Item number 11, move to staff approval. Item number 12, GB 240623, 866 South Pearl Street. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
State your names, please.
Nathan Hoisington Shaw.
Captain Hoisington Shaw.
Thank you. Staff.
This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration to remove a center chimney. Remove the center chimney from the exterior of the home, including brick, capping, and flashing. And then to patch with wood and cover with asphalt shingles. Build with the Owens warning from the approved shingle list in the estate gray. Here's a photo of the oak grid shingle. We have confirmed with the applicant the intent to use the approved shingle. Staff analysis of the June business meeting, the commission recommended the applicant explore alternative methods for supporting exterior chimney elements. And noted chimney removal would be a topic of conversation for the hearing. HPO staff have added Sanborn maps to the material that the commission requests. The DVC has reviewed, the Durham Village Commission has reviewed 2 other approvals for chimney removal in the last year. One at 819 Mohawk Street and the other at 332 East Sycamore Street. With the Mohawk application, the commission did not support removing the chimneys and encouraged repair as needed. The applicant did return and seek repair and was approved for a standard repair. The Sycamore application was continued due to the applicant's absent, and the applicant resubmitted for a standard chimney repair at a later date instead of removal, and was later staff approved for a standard repair. HPO staff does recommend that the chimney be retained, as chimneys are a distinguishing characteristic of the property and architectural style. The staff recommendation is the staff recommends the commission offer feedback and into the application to allow the time the applicant to amend their design to more in line with Durham Village guidelines and city code. The basis for that recommendation is 301-611, standards for alteration 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 12. And the German Village guidelines on page 108 stating that elements of the roof such as chimneys and ridge cap detail are important design considerations.
Yeah, just wanted to add that the reason we are requesting the chimney removal is active functionality for the second floor of the house, which is a half floor. The roof is about a 12/11 slope, so it's extremely steep and difficult to maneuver around the chimney, which leads to our primary bedroom area. Another reason why we wish to remove the chimney is due to our desire to add a second floor bathroom. There's none existing right now, and the area adjacent to the chimney within the house is where all the plumbing would be located due to the first floor. So we also wanted to note that there are 2 additional chimneys on our property. They have distinct architectural features, including capping, and they are displayed in the front and easily seen on the side of the house, which they have much more distinct features that have the what we believe to be the historical look. The middle chimney does not match that, and that is also why we are looking to possibly remove it to get rid of the inconsistency. Lastly, I would say that none of our chimneys are functional. We have no fireplaces in the house, so they are simply for aesthetic reasons.
Probably coal stoves.
Once upon a time.
Yeah. Commissioners?
Rather see the interior modified. I think we talked last time about putting in a beam or some structural member on the inside to allow you to open that up on the interior, but keep the chimney on the outside.
We have had some masonry companies look at it. They estimate the weight of the chimney with a clay liner on the inside to be anywhere between 400 and 800 pounds, which would require some significant support. And this would, being something as such as a steel beam. To support that steel beam, we would need posts within the house, and due to the steepness of the roofing, this would kind of defeat the purpose of having the chimney there in the first place. Either the beams would have to be within the walkway we're trying to establish, or the beam would be too low and we would lose headroom.
Yeah, structural engineer tell you that, just the masonry company.
Masonry.
And just for reference, this is the only entrance into our bedroom. So Nathan has to kind of maneuver by it to get into the bedroom,
So is the bedroom at the front of the house or the back of the house, just for clarification?
back of the house.
I'll read you Anthony's comment. Anthony's the chairman who's not here. He doesn't recommend removal of the chimney on the outside of the building. It's better to access the rear addition, better access to the rear addition should have been considered when the addition was added. From photos, looks like there might be more headroom on the other side of the chimney. I'm not sure what was, maybe that side.
That's correct.
Can internal structure be added to support the chimney above the roof and interior is removed? Can rafters be sistered and chimney frame ground support? That would be a structural engineer. And then he also says, can a dormer be added to provide clearance around the chimney?
Where were you planning to put the bath? Would require a dormer anyways.
Do not think that the bathroom will require a dormer unless we would have to look at the codes for that. But the bathroom would be, referring to this picture, it'd be to the left on the other side of the chimney.
So this is a single story, that's not the story that I have. Just typically bathrooms in a situation like this without a dormer are dead center in the middle to give you the headroom you need for code. I don't know.
Yeah, but my understanding of the code, and I didn't want to quote it without knowing exactly, is that due to our space that we have on the other side, we have enough room between the 5-foot headspace and the exceeding 7-foot headspace to have a 50% floor space to be enough where it won't quite be in the center of the room. But yeah, it would. We wouldn't want to do it if the chimney was still there.
It sounds like it would make sense to consult a structural engineer to check out the possibility of retaining the structure above the roof line and removing it and see what that entails.
I'd also suggest that you might be able to lighten the load of that existing piece that sticks above the roof by getting some unnecessary material out of it, but still maintain the look.
So the exterior view of it remaining the same. To what extent is that required? Just the brick and mortar and that's it, or is there any with the capping as well?
Probably the flue cap sticking up also.
Okay.
I don't know how many widths that is. I'm offering you no solutions, no technical advice here whatsoever.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Just a way of looking at it.
If your masonry company was saying that if you cut it off right at the ceiling height, that's remaining chimney is gonna weigh a lot.
Mhm.
But you could just take it all the way up to the roof, just. Yes, so
Yeah.
you have less brick
Yeah.
support, just get into its minimal amount of brick on the outside, that's it, you don't have to have much brick on the inside at all.
Yeah, I think it's about 2 feet above the peak, but there's an additional foot of brick on either side of the slope just because it's so steep.
Yeah.
So those would have to remain. Would the commission consider brick tile?
Thin brick.
Sorry, thin brick. Has the commission ever considered creating thin brick from existing materials?
We've allowed thin brick in one case up on 4th Street at the restaurant up there that I'm aware of. I'm aware of an illegal chimney that was ripped down in one day and put up in another in the same case. But that's not appropriate. It's the original masonry is what we want to maintain.
Okay, even if we use the existing bricks to make thin brick to lighten the load.
There's no
difference to the commission. Okay.
I would get a structural engineer to take a look at it. Hey, say we gotta keep the part that's above the chimney.
Okay.
What can you do to transfer the load to the rafters and get it down to the side?
Okay. And the metal above the plate cap,
You could just seal it.
Yeah,
I would just seal it so that you have no maintenance out there.
okay.
because the metal cap's been added later. That's not contributing, right?
No.
No.
It's functional.
Yeah.
Would you like us to continue?
Yes, with one further question about the shingles, just in general, we understand our responsibility. Should we replace the roofing to use the appropriate materials? Well, I guess it wouldn't matter unless we continue. So, question removed, sorry.
Okay,
Continue.
right. Is there a motion?
Move on application number 12, GV-24-06-023 to continue the application.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Your applications continue for you to get more information and do more research.
Thank you.
Item number 13, GV 240624, 595 South Third Street. Up. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name?
Randy Roberti, Cameron Mitchell Restaurants.
Thank you, sir.
This application is a request for action for signage to install a 2'7" by 3'9" or 8.04 square feet hanging sign on the existing sign bracket per the submitted drawing. The sign material is to be high density urethane black with a 1/8 inch grouted sandblasted faces to mimic wood, and the name Cento to be routed and painted white. To install awnings with signage, the signage is to say Cento in white letters. The awnings were approved to be installed as part of the previous approvals, but signing on the awnings was not on those drawings. The menu sign that is in your materials package is also part of this application. The staff analysis of the June business meeting, the commission requested clarification on if the menu holder was part of the application, and did note the previous G. Michael sign was larger than what is currently being proposed. The applicant did submit also a historic photo of the property showing the sign location that was at the location before G. Michael's with an even larger sign than G. Michael's sign. Staff recommendation is staff recommends the approval with any clarifications to be submitted to HPO staff prior to the issuance of a certificate. I'm sorry. The staff recommended conditions are the menu holders to be installed through masonry joints and not the brick face. The basis for that staff recommendation is City Code Rule 1613, Standards for Site Improvement C, and the German Village Guidelines Design Considerations for Graphics and Signage, and it is the whole section of design considerations.
Anything to add?
Happy to answer questions, nothing to add.
Sure.
I don't have any issue with the Cento sign. I'm kind of wondering about the awning. I feel like Cento is repeated so many times on this building that it's not necessary that it be on the awning. It's in the window, it's.
So it's on the menu holder, which is everything on the building. Then there's also a Cento sign with the hours on the door.
And in the window, right?
Can you flip back to the completed picture, if you don't mind? Thank you. So the menu holder is to the right of the window. To be honest, I'm not sure how we never really determined how we thought we had approval. So we apologies for not having approval. I'm not quite sure how that happened. So the awnings, everything we put on the building was there in the previous restaurant. So it was really just a recreation of what was there. with Cento branding. We even looked back at some of the historic ice cream shop photographs that were there, and their sign was actually significantly bigger than ours. I provided that to staff a couple of weeks ago.
Or light it off.
No worries. And they had some sort of menu cabinet on it, just for reference.
For the commission's record on this, the application was on the June agenda of 2023 and was withdrawn by the applicant the day prior to the hearing. It was a special meeting when I don't remember the exact date, but mid-June or the business meeting date. At the time on that application, the applicant was, I believe, a contractor for the owner, so.
Yeah, our sign company typically handles our approvals of the signage. We design it, we get commission approval on the overall design, and then they kind of run the secondary approvals. And we weren't aware that it was pulled off the agenda. I mean, I still to this day don't really know why, because we weren't really asking for anything. It's what was there, so it seemed like it was a pretty straightforward process.
I have no problem with the hanging sign as long as it's no bigger than what the original one was. I wish it was 6 square feet, but we've allowed to keep the size that was there historically. The menu board, yes, it's got CentOS on it, but it's so small, it's not visible except at 2 feet.
Yep.
Do have a problem with the arms.
That's fine. We
It
can,
is so redundant. And we've denied this consistently. A sign works fine. It's pedestrian. You can see it, not the awnings.
okay.
We do have that photo now of the commission.
Yeah.
Is this menu board gonna be a computerized menu board, or is it gonna be one you open and put the
It's
paper
a
in?
piece of paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be mounted into the masonry?
It's into the grout joints.
It's fairly noticeable.
Yeah.
What's there now? There's something there now that.
It's the menu sign.
Yeah.
So
It's already hanging on the
It's
building.
there.
It's not in that picture. Must have been taken before the sign went up.
But I mean, previously when G Michael had it.
Oh, I don't know the answer to that, what G Michael had up there. The ice cream shop had something on the building, but I do not recall.
I don't remember G. Michael.
I don't think they did.
Yeah, they had a similar sign and it was slightly bigger than ours. They had the awning verbiage and they had, I don't know what was on the building itself.
They didn't have the menu board though, right?
I don't know.
don't think so.
Didn't.
They may have had it in the window,
Mhm.
whatever. So just take a straw vote here, feeling on the signage on the awning. Jerissa,
I think it's a bit much.
Aaron?
Yeah.
Well, it's okay. Would you like to amend your application?
We can hide the logo off the awning. I don't think it's important to what we're doing there.
I'm sure the awning company could do something to
Yeah.
modify it. Okay.
Or the sign company would be able to get approval for me.
Do I have a motion for the amended application?
If I could just clear, is the commission looking for the awning to just continue like the white strips or?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
it's just the center.
fine as is, logo just comes on.
Yeah,
Great, thank you.
thank you.
So I don't mean to keep going back and being a dead horse, but the wall mounted menu holder that was installed without approval.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Could we also clarify the location? I believe the applicant stated that the location was next to the window outside of kind of the column, but the photo that we have from the sign company last year shows it on the column, so just we could clarify that for the record.
as well. It's between the highlights of the window, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is. It's not on the column.
Yeah,
We
it's
wouldn't
not.
have,
It's-
we wouldn't have done that. Yeah.
inside of that.
Thank you. So it's not at that location, it's right in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more discreet over tucked away.
Columbus sign drawings shows it on the column.
Does it really?
It's pretty inconsistent. Anything else you need for clarification?
I don't think so. I think just verifying those two details.
Okay. We have a motion for the amended application.
I move on application 13 GV-24-06-024 595 South Third Street to move the application as amended by the applicant to remove the logos from the front of the awnings, but the white stripes can remain. And to make sure the menu board is mounted on the wall between the window and the pier, not on the pier itself. I think the window and the sign is on the interior.
Correct.
That's okay, and the sign on the door also on the exterior.
Yeah, it's filmed with the guns.
Those are acceptable.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Amended application is carried.
Thank you.
On to item GB 2406-025, 595 South Third Street. Let it be noted that the applicant has been sworn in previous.
This is, yes, sorry. This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration of landscaping for a seasonal patio tent. To install a temporary 12-foot 6-inch tall tent to enclose a portion of the patio from October 2024 to April of 2025. The tent will be anchored to a 18-inch diameter concrete pier footings that are installed below the level of the existing patio pavers and will not attach to any existing structure. The tent to cover approximately 619 square feet, and the materials are to include a black marine grade vinyl and a clear marine grade vinyl. Staff analysis is at the June business meeting, the commission requested additional detail on the above grade structural elements. HPO staff noted that the applicant would need to apply for a COA each year to install the temporary tent. The applicant confirmed that all structural elements will be removed each year when the tent is not installed, and brick patio pavers will cover the below grade structural elements. The German Village guidelines do not have any specific guidance for commercial patios or outdoor dining. Apologize for the typo in that staff report there as well. HPO staff have included the short north design guidelines on these topics in the staff report to offer general guidance for commercial patios, but it is not, the short north guidelines are not any guideline that's been approved for the German Village Commission, so it's not something you have to follow or even coded recommendation to say. The staff recommends the commission continue the application to allow the applicant time to make design changes that are more in line with city code and German Village guidelines. The basis for that recommendation is 311612, standards for new construction. FGJK, 311613, standards for site improvements A, and then again, we posted the short north design guidelines for reference for commercial patio design.
Anything to add?
No, I think Nicole did a great job summarizing the scope of the project. We are obviously excited to be a part of the community, and our first year open year has been great. We are busy, which is great, and the challenge is in the winter, we lose that gorgeous patio, which is half the size of the restaurant. So we lose half of the capacity, and it becomes, a fantastic space that's unusable. We want to try and capture that moving forward, as anyone would.
Sure.
The way the site is configured,
Sorry.
the height of the tent was specifically designed to minimize sight. You don't really see the tent. You can see it a little bit in the rendering. But based on where the trash enclosure is, you don't really see it from the street at all, which is, beneficial and helps minimize its impact from any direction.
Commissioners?
How is it anchored in?
We are going to pull up some pavers, do a concrete footer under each post, or put the pavers back in, and then it'll mechanically fasten down for structural detail, which will be unbolted and unfastened each, in the off season and stored at our vendors warehouse.
So it's not really a tent, it's actually a structure.
It is a tent. I mean, it's removable. It's fabric. It's like a tent you would see at a graduation party. The structure's probably a little beefier than that, just based on the spans.
So I'm not seeing glass roof, it's just with the
It's vinyl
tent removed.
Clear vinyl.
clear vinyl. Yeah, the intent's to do clear vinyl on the roof so that we don't want the tent aesthetically. It's not like the tent's adding to the the look of the patio. So we want to minimize it, have it downplayed so that it can function, keep that patio open for the community longer, but can go away and let the patio be what it is when the weather is nice.
And it goes completely away.
That's the plan. Yes.
Hold
Exactly.
up. What are the panels made of?
They're a vinyl fabric, like you would see an awning.
Like a soft vinyl?
Yes.
Hard?
I don't know the difference between soft and hard.
Yeah, like a PVC vinyl or just like a foldable, like the window?
It would be like an awning material or a drop screen you would see, a typical.
It said marine grade, so I think it's probably similar to a Dodger.
It's the same vinyl we would use on all of our patios, our awnings, if you've seen the operable drop screen systems that are on some patios, it's very durable.
Marine grade would just be as to the weather or not.
There's actually a nautical version of it. Some of the exterior vinyl's yellow. I'm sure you've all seen that where the clear panels start to go yellow over age. We obviously don't want that to happen. So there's a nautical version that's used on ships that tends to hold up significantly better.
I don't have an issue with it as long as it's removed, as you guys say, not used year round.
Yep.
I'm fine with it.
No objections, do I have a motion?
I move an application 14 GB-24-06-025 595 South Third Street to approve the application as submitted.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Application is passed.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Item 15, GB 2406-026, 40 East Oxford Street. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state your name.
Sam Whitman.
Thank you, sir. Staff?
This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration. If you are reading with your staff report, the project work description is incorrect. So I'll be reading directly from the agenda for that portion. I do apologize to the commission and the applicant for that misprint in that. The proposed work description is an exterior building alteration for windows and paint. To remove 2 windows, one on the east and one on the west elevation, and to install a closed and fixed board and batten bone shutters. To replace 5 existing 1/1 wood windows with new 2/2 windows from the approved window list. And the windows are Marvin Ultimate double hung windows in the prefabricated black from the approved window list. Also to paint the exterior of the home in the following scheme: siding and exterior walls to be Sherwin-Williams green black, exterior trim and shutters to be Sherwin-Williams tricorn black, and all exterior doors are to be tricorn to be Sherwin-Williams rockwood shutter green. The staff analysis, June business meeting, the commission requested staff add Sanborn maps and confirmed that the shutters would be a topic of conversation for the hearing. The applicant provided a photo from the German Village Society of the property in the 1980s, and HPO staff had added Sanborn maps to the materials. Sanborn maps indicate the house was on the lot sometime between 1891 and 1921, but the Franklin County Auditor site suggests the home was constructed in the 1830s. So it is not present in the 1891 Sanborn map, and it's shown as not being an individual parcel at that time. HPO staff have reviewed the window photos and have determined that the windows are likely not original or have undergone many repair attempts over time. This is consistent with the applicant's findings on the windows. Additionally, the style of the structure has some elements of a salt box style home, although it does not date to an appropriate time period for the popularity of the salt box house. Salt box style homes were still being constructed in the 1820s on the East Coast, so it is possible the style continued in Western construction during later decades. 2/2 windows and other multi-light windows are appropriate for salt box style homes. HPO staff support existing windows being in place and recommend the commission determine if 2/2 windows are appropriate. HPO staff have issued staff approvals for similar colors that the applicant is suggesting and have not identified any issues with those colors. The staff recommendation is the staff recommends approval with the non-verifications to be submitted to HPO staff. With the following conditions, and that condition is that the shutters are finished to have an appropriate side facing outward. The applicant has submitted shutter renderings with both boarded battens facing both ways, noting which is preferred in the materials there. And also that no masonry is painted. The painted masonry was removed before even the June business meeting. So that's all the proposal in the application. The basis for the staff recommendation is City Code 301-11, standards for alteration. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, and 12. The German Village Guidelines for windows, 1 and 6, and the German Village Guidelines for color, 1, 2, and 3.
This house has been moved here.
So the materials from the German Village Society at the time of the 1980s suggest potentially, but they don't let the.
No one knows.
Yeah.
Nothing to add other than a thank you to Nicole for helping organize my information. I appreciate it.
Commissioners?
Seeing issues early.
Sure, so how do you feel about the shutters? Proposing to close up 2 windows and use shutters to their.
And so for context, the 2 windows that would be shuttered, one has drywall backing and then a shower tile on the inside, so that window doesn't get used. It's just poorly insulated at this point. And then the other one, the west-facing window, faces the cement block wall of the neighboring garage about 18 inches to 2 feet away. So again, that one has minimal impact on the pedestrian view of the building. It also provides effectively no view from the interior of the house, and again, poorly insulated.
I guess I'm okay with it just because they're movable. Yeah.
Yeah, my only thing is we're only doing it to 2 windows and closing them with it. My thing is, shouldn't we be having, and there's the window, shows the shutters on the house. Shouldn't all the windows have shutters?
None of the windows. Oh, sorry, were you saying that they all should?
Yeah.
Previously, at one point, I had shutters.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So the shutters if you look to the left of the door, there's not sufficient space on the wall between the windows and the door to have functional shutters there.
That's the way it looks that way to me too.
No, I agree.
Right.
Ornamental.
Ornamental. I even question this one next. I'm just postulating this. Hey, the implication is the windows have shutters because the 2 of them are closed with them, but the rest of the windows don't.
Where those shutters come from?
Yeah, that's, I'm just food for thought.
One of them is not visible.
Yeah.
But we're. The ones that face the side yard or the ones that are receiving?
Just the one on the right. Yeah, that further one back there.
I mean, there is an example that showed portable sliding house with shutters. I can't remember how.
It's this one here.
Yeah.
There's no shutters on it.
There's no shutters on that one either.
I don't know, I don't think I know.
Okay.
With that, I had. Because it's actually, that shutter would actually be big enough to be a functioning shutter. I have an issue with ornamental shutters that
Seriously too small.
Yeah.
You're in 1950s.
Yes.
Bring it up for conversation. Any objections? If not, I don't know.
Did the commission, make a determination on the direction of the board and batten appearance, not, not board and batten, of the shutter direction? The applicant had proposed the horizontals to be facing outward, and at the business meeting, the commission discussed if that was an appropriate direction for that, decorative element. So the applicant did submit drawings for.
Yeah,
That or that.
Well, if the horizontals are facing outward, then that implies the shutter's closed, I would think. Is that typical? I don't know shutters as well. See, that
makes any difference.
it doesn't, because they could just be designed either way.
To me, if I look at the one that's just the alternate, that would mean it would be closed. And this would be on the inside. Like this would be on the inside, and you would pull that shut to get to that, but
Unless it wasn't
That's my
based.
yeah, right.
Yeah,
I
it
guess
could
I'm
be that
okay
too.
with it sticking out because it could be
Yeah.
reinforced on each side.
Mhm.
I don't know, it looks pretty odd without the cross members to me.
You know, I believe that's what you see.
The board,
Yeah.
which is what your preference was anyway, right?
It was, yeah. For exactly that reason.
So do we have a motion?
Motion to approve, application number 15, GB 2406026, 40 East Oster Street as submitted by applicant
With the
with the
horizontal shutter, remember?
the board and
Yeah.
batten shutters.
Great. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Application's approved.
Thank you very much.
It'll be a big improvement. I
So,
said it'll be a big improvement. It'll look nice.
I think so.
Yeah.
Rescuing the house.
Yeah.
GV 240627, 575 South Grant Avenue. Raise your right hand, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
State your name, please.
Jamie Sanders, I'm with
Thank you.
Hazel.
Thank you.
This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration. The exterior building alterations to remove the existing aluminum siding and install a boral lap siding in the color iron gray. To remove an existing asphalt shingle roof and replace with the GIF Royal Sovereign in the color charcoal. Note, the GIF Royal Sovereign in nickel gray is the approved shingle, charcoal is not on the approved shingle list. And to install gray metal ridge roll. To remove and replace the low slope roof with EPDM in the color black. And to remove the existing K-style OG gutters and install 5-inch black half-round gutters. And installing new 2x3 downspouts to be painted black. Staff analysis of the June business meeting, the commission confirmed the gutters and material selection would be a topic of conversation at the hearing. The applicant did update their application to propose boral siding rather than the Harvey that was proposed at the business meeting. Or I guess that was proposed in advance of the business meeting. HPO staff find that historic siding does appear to be in repairable condition based on the test patch. While weathered, the test patch did not reveal any signs of deterioration beyond repair. So HPO staff would recommend retaining and repairing the existing siding, following the German Village Guidelines on Siding, Recommendation 1, and State Code Approval 161111. The recommendation that staff recommends the commission continue the application to allow the applicant time to pursue repairing the historic siding or to provide additional documentation to its condition. The basis for that staff recommendation is City Code 31111, intended for alteration. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12, and the German Village Guidelines for Siding on page 45, 1.
Thank you.
One thing, the test patch was taken from a addition to the home that is about 50 years newer than the front of the home.
Why didn't we do a test patch on the older part?
That's what we were, yeah.
Standard test patch protocol for the staff approval COA is to be from the rear. It was not until right before the business meeting that the applicant submitted submitted the documentation and informed us of that 50-year potential discrepancy between them. So we could pursue a staff approval for a COA for another additional test patch or yeah, so I did not send more matches to the file on this one, so I can't verify the date of any additions. There's nothing in the file for this property regarding any additions, so it'd have to be either pre-commission or without commission.
So the goal is to take the aluminum siding off, no matter what. It's a question of whether we're replacing it with boron or whether we're going to restore the existing. Questions, comments?
The floral head's thicker than the aluminum, so are you gonna redo all the wood trim around the windows?
Yes, I don't have details on that. I can get details on that, but
So I'm thinking like if the wood siding is restorable, then the trim around the windows and just look better as is.
I know previously we've, I guess, bumped them out or, I'd have to get you details.
But you're going to cover the existing, you're going to take the aluminum siding off and cover the existing material with boron.
Yes.
Okay. Close to Charissa's issue.
Where? I'm confused. What was the wood condition? Where was that? Was that also taken from the newer portion of the home where it shows like it's almost like cardboard was stuck in there?
That I'm not sure where he, took that from. Which elevation? I know we did see the,
Yeah,
no.
I just wondered.
I would like to see what the condition of the existing siding is on the old original structure.
Do another test.
Yeah, see if it's worth salvaging. Or we go ahead and but I'd like to know that before we did that.
Same here.
Trista, Karen?
Well, yeah, I agree to take another sample off.
And then if you do that and you find out you're not going to restore it, then what would the plan be in terms of how do you retrieve the trim?
Okay, I'd have to find that out.
Bring that back.
Yep.
Anything else?
I don't have anything else.
The roof color. Is there a reason why that color was picked versus the one that's been on the approved list?
He wanted to go darker. Our owner, wanted to go darker.
They should have soffit vents.
What's that?
Are you gonna put soffit vents?
You know what? I heard the last one. I'm definitely gonna look into that. Yes, it's on my list.
No soffit vents.
No soffit vents, right?
Nicole, do you know, was charcoal considered for the approved list and not approved because it was an appropriate color or what?
I'm not aware of any of that conversation, but I could definitely talk to the historic preservation officer.
Would you?
And just talk about if that color was considered at that time.
Yeah, and provide the applicant with feedback on that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So would you like us to continue your application for him, well, I guess, and provide a demolition?
Yes, so if the applicant will submit an additional COA application form, we could do a staff approval probably for an additional test case.
Okay.
Or not test case, test patch.
Test patch, yeah,
Um,
on the older part.
yes.
Yeah.
Before the commission moves, is there any feedback on the proposed swap from the K-style OG to the half-round gutter?
Looks like it's the appropriate, isn't it?
Fix on this house. So like there's a steel wheel there.
Yeah, that should be half round, but the dormer should be OG.
Yeah.
So typically, where is the plumb cut,
Mm-hmm.
it's OG. Where it's perpendicular cut, it's half round.
Okay. So you would prefer a mix
A mix.
with, okay.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
Anything else? If not, is there a motion to continue this one?
Move to continue application 16.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, none?
Thank you.
You're continued.
Thank you so much.
Next applicant would mind, can we take a 10-minute break?
Sure. No
Thank
problem.
you.
Need a chance to find out some facts.
Yeah, hold on.
I have a question. Was this
Yes.
property changed owner recently?
Benny, we should.
So the property is for sale. I am the buyer.
If you come up the elevator, walk right to security.
My wife and I are in contract to purchase this property. That's why I'm here.
So it's like.
I'm authorized to act as the agent for an owner until I can close on the property, assuming that you vote.
Yeah. And.
I'll sit over and later.
Sorry.
It's my.
And there's a
Oh.
whole sense of direction, so.
Right.
I'm like.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the full, I thought you
That's
said it's.
Bella.
Oh, yes, it is Glimcher.
Yeah.
Correct.
Then I have a conflict of interest. That's what I was trying.
Yeah, I am not in contract to buy the duplex, but I am in contract to buy the cottage, and it is Glimcher that I'm
It is.
representing.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what I was trying to.
Oh, good.
So.
Snacks all ready to go, and I'm on the kitchen.
Oh,
Yeah, make sure you're hungry.
Want to grab anything out of the vending machine, go.
The house, you know.
Yeah, we won't believe it, but it all, when coalition for all of us.
I'll set you met all the.
No, just leave the room. I can. We should. No. The recording is still going. I am gonna pause the,
Sure.
just the microphones. Okay, that was not. There it was. No, I'm
So,
There's commissioner Stephen, I want to make sure it's recording audio.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's got, perimeter heating on the outside walls. But the whole north side overlooks Nationwide's atrium.
Right,
There's no perimeter heating inside,
indoors.
because it's indoors.
The lot split is so you can just buy the cottage on its own land.
Well, I can buy the
Yeah.
two,
Sorry to interrupt, but we are on
Yeah.
recess, so we should not be,
Yes.
like, turn it off.
I'll explain when we're back on the record.
Yeah.
There, it is recording, but we just want to, know.
Yeah. All commission is to be here.
Yeah.
Oh, what's left of it? Yeah. Yep.
Surprise to see you.
I'm good. Mhm. Well, you pretty good.
Yes.
Yeah.
We should have. It wasn't an option down there.
Just driving here and I reached in the back to grab my lunch bag and it wasn't there.
Oh.
Go back, I was really late.
I'm used to not eating late, but I'm hungry. We always have a meeting evenings, I don't get home till 8:30 or 4 p.m. And I wonder why I'm brain dead Saturday and Sunday.
I'm starting to travel. My life is getting to be that way.
Yeah.
I believe Commissioner McCoy recused from this.
That is my understanding. She has recused herself because of a conflict.
Okay.
So back on.
So yes, okay.
So raise your right hand, please, and
Yes.
swear to tell the truth, and tell the truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
State your name.
Mark Hours, Mode Architects.
Thank you. Staff,
Just to
this
check,
is, this is GV 2406028, 551 City Park Avenue, 555 City Park Avenue, and 552 South Coast.
yes, at the business meeting, the commission did discuss wanting to review these items and kind of out of order from what's posted on the application. Do you want me to start with 17 or?
I wasn't aware that we were, had talked about that.
Oh, I think it was just mentioned that you might want to look at the conceptual before reviewing the others, but if you're okay with proceeding in order, I can. I'm happy to.
Yeah, let's do that.
Sounds good. This application is a request for action for a lot split combination. It is to combine the parcels for 555 City Park and 552 South Pearl Street, and to modify the west property line for 551 City Park to increase the lot size of 552 South Pearl Street, and to reduce the lot size of 551 City Park Avenue per the submitted site plan. The end result is two parcels. At the June business meeting, the commission discussed all three applications related to the development of 551 City Park, 555 City Park, and 552 South Pearl, together as the applications are all kind of related to each other. So the following are related to all three of those applications, that is application 17, 18, and 19 on the agenda. The commission requested confirmation on the lot if the 2022 lot combination was finalized. The commission also expressed concern that the lot split and proposed updated lot lines are detrimental to the 555 City Park Avenue property, as the lot is being shrunk. And this forces a non-conforming condition for the parcel. I note the commission did note this to be a topic of conversation for the hearing. The commission expressed concern over recommended variance related to a design that had not yet been reviewed, and the commission determined the windows would be a topic of conversation for the hearing. The commission requested staff add notes from the 2022 review to the materials for the hearing. The applicant confirmed that the lot split and combination was not finalized in 2022, so there are still 3 individual parcels. And the applicant noted that there is an existing fence at the proposed lot line currently. HPO staff added compiled materials from the previous reviews of the application. They're available from the link in the staff report as well as just in the general box folder for June. Staff recommends the commission recommend the application for the lot split as submitted. The basis for the recommendation is City Code 311613, sanitary site improvements A, B, C, and D. And the proposed work is consistent with the Durban Village guidelines on zoning variances on page 130.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. These properties are currently owned by the applicant that had been before you before. They are for sale. Currently, my wife and I are in contract to purchase 555 City Park and 552 South Pearl Street only. We are acting as the agent for the current owner as part of the sale. There is another buyer in contract to buy 551 City Park, which is the double. And they have accepted the conditions of our sales contract should we go to close. So hence the property line reconfiguration is known by the potential buyer as proposed by us. As the staff indicated, if you study the site survey, there is an existing fence behind the double now. There is what I would call a respectable German village size patio in the crotch of the L shape of that building. I recognize the next application for the variance request does change the lot coverage slightly, but I would venture to guess that that double has had that site configuration at least since the 80s when the last owners converted it to the law firm. The 555 City Park building's practical usage lot is essentially a T-shape, an upside down T-shape. It has, if you look at the photos, it has stolen yard space from both the cottage and the double to make it practical. The reason for the lot reconfiguration is to legalize the window line, which is very similar to the window line which you approved in 2022, at least in terms of the extents of where it falls. I'm sure, as you will remember, this building being 188 feet long is quite challenged for glass, and we can get into the proposed use and such more if you would like. But that's really the presentation on the lot line request.
I'll read Anthony's comments. Anthony's opinion, I don't have, lot split location is detrimental to the existing parcel in City Park. Doesn't understand what the adjustment is needed. You've explained that, but is that really necessary? He said in the previous approval, we decided to ignore the car bond lot coverage as part of the overall project. It already covered the entire lot, so we didn't penalize future development on the north parcels because of that. I agree with Anthony's position that it's detrimental to the City Park property. That is the original plot or plat of that, and that is a historic characteristic of that property. I think it ought to stay that way. I think that property going forward, no matter who owns it, should still sit on the same plat that it originally had from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, I understand your position. I think from a code perspective, given that the 555 City Park building is 0 lot, there's no way to put a hole in the window, put a window in there. Plus you wouldn't want to look into someone's backyard anyway, since they're both at grade. I think it's prudent to save the major structure, the one that's more difficult, to sacrifice a little bit of ground. When I think the amount of lot that we're taking from the back of that property has been practically out of use for that property already. I don't know that the historical lot being a half lot is detrimental to the long-term viability of that building as either a single family residence or as a duplex. I think what is gained by the amount of ground being shifted to the larger building to make the house work is worth it in the long run for this entire stripe of 3 properties.
And I would disagree with that. That's my opinion. I think it is detrimental to the property on City Park. And it deserves to have the right to what it originally had, so. Other commissioners?
Looks like, I have my numbers right, 551. There's space. I'm trying to figure out how much in between the 555 and the 551.
Duplex and the
Yeah.
big barn.
Yeah, there's, it's like
Enough
maybe
to-
3.5 feet. I don't remember what the actual dimension is off the top of my head here, but there's enough room to walk between the two properties, but that's about it.
Yeah.
So by getting that part of the 555 property off the lot line, that allows you to put windows in there? Which is like.
By owning that property, I don't need to put an easement or anything in place over someone's yard. I'd have to have a no-build easement or something to be able to put glass that close to a property line. Plus, even if I could put glass, I'd be limited in the percentage that I can put, right?
It's fire rated.
Yeah, because and this gets into the third application. What we're proposing is mixed use, right? So this will be commercial building code, not residential building code. So it makes it even slightly more difficult. And I think, I mean, frankly, the last application was gluing all of these parcels together, which was erasing your property line anyway. I don't know that I see this as substantially different.
I do, because gluing them together, and if you wanted to sell that one off after you hadn't done anything to it, we would have asked to go back to the original plot line as a condition of that, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's easy to say now, but it could be impractical to do that, given what they had proposed with a pool being in the middle and.
Yeah, I'm not saying they would have ever sold it up, and probably impractical as far as they would never split it apart again.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, that's kind of where we were at with it, so.
You said there was a buyer for the South Pearl?
No, I am the buyer for the Pearl Street property. There is a buyer for the duplex on City Park.
Okay.
The property in question whose lot is being made slightly smaller.
Right, okay, gotcha.
And they're aware that they could potentially get a smaller.
Correct.
Smaller.
Yes, correct. I don't know who the buyer is. I'm not privy to any of their contract language, but I do know that it's conditional on us successfully closing with the application that we have before you.
They're not expecting to buy anything bigger.
No. Correct. Frankly, we thought about buying all three of the properties. The duplex is by far the one in the worst condition. It needs the most work. Economically, this is just my opinion, but it doesn't make sense unless you're going to live there. The amount of money that it would take, I mean, it doesn't pencil as a rental property.
Yeah.
I don't need a super house. I mean, this is getting into my personal business, but you guys know, I lived in the village for 20 years. We sold our residence in the pandemic and we did what a lot of people did, which was flee to space and land and light. And we realized that we hate it. And we have since sold our house and are looking to move back. To do that, we want to bring our business back. And that's really what's predicated on this opportunity. There are not very many opportunities in German Village to do live work, especially at this scale. So, and the moving of the property line is critical to the contract and is critical to being able to make this concept work. And I think it's well within the 55% threshold that you guys have entertained in the past on other properties.
Yeah, that's kind of where we always.
We were very mindful when we made that property line location to be under that threshold, knowing that this would be a sensitive subject.
So you're looking for action on this? Is that correct? Or is this
Ideally, my due diligence period ends on the 14th of June. If you're gonna deny it, I have all kinds of legal things I have to start working through, so.
So then I ask you, it's like, if the lot split gets approved, what could the owner of the duplex ask for because of having this diminished lot that could be, you know?
I think they've got less ground to work with, less.
Like they could ask.
It affects their zoning, it affects their zoning and all that stuff. And I'm not thinking just for this owner, but I'm thinking about the history of the property going forward.
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
I mean, I tell you, Mark, I really can't support the lot.
I understand.
That's just where I'm at.
If I could, though, the reason for the council variance application to include that property is that I'm legalizing the zoning for its sale. as part of this process. So they would be inheriting something that's no longer a litany of non-conformances. It would be a
Yeah.
legally conformed lot. And if they want to come in and make proposal to tear that addition off the back and reconfigure it, that can be
That's
their
up to them. I still go back to the original plat is part of the historic character of that property. And I don't like changing that anywhere. We had, and you were, I think, on the commission at the time, where the hair salon is on South Third, they wanted to grab the back of those lots so they could add to the parking. And we said that diminished the property of those houses on Fourth because they wouldn't have the parking spots that they have now. And we denied that, all based on the same kind of concept.
Yeah, I understand your position. I would again reiterate that you need to be mindful of the impediment that you're putting in place for the larger building and its difficulty for development.
And that's how my purpose is to protect the 551. Unfortunately, you've only got 3 commissioners here.
Yeah, which actually is, as a point of order, since there was a quorum when this case got called, what is my threshold? Do I need an affirmative of those hearing the application to get a certificate?
You need 2 out of 3 here.
Okay, so at this point, I need a straw poll on.
In this case, actually, there's
Go for it.
actually the other staff members just now about this to ensure. There is, it's still a majority of quorum needed to pass, is what I'm understanding from them.
Okay.
It kind of.
So 3 of the 4.
3 of the 4, but it is also the case where you're currently recused of 1, so 2-1. There is debate happening actually on the procedure for this. In this case, you know, we can, I don't know about timeline wise, so I'm not thinking continuing as the move for this particular one. But I was trying to confirm on this. This is for a lot split, and I've actually not had one of those with the commission before. Is this a recommendation or an approval from the commission? Legally wise. I know with various recommendations, it is a recommendation from the commission, but in terms of lot splits, I couldn't identify if it was a standard approval or.
That has to be, the ultimate approvals from the city, right? Based on our.
No.
I think it actually goes to the county.
County.
Yeah. So, but it's a site characteristic, that's what I'm sure. Not a variance from a code requirement or law requirement. It's a change in physical, so I don't know. Crap.
So the situation is where I'm reading through the COA now, and I don't think the zoning was in this one, but it's also not in this variance recommendation from that time. So I'm having trouble identifying a specific approval for 2022 for when this happened the first time for the lot split.
Well, it wasn't a lot split, it was a
Combination, but it's the same.
Okay.
Let me, if you all would be amenable, you could move on to the reviewing of just reading of the variances and starting that conversation.
Okay.
And I can confer with folks to confirm if it's a recommendation or approval. Because, you know, approval from the commission is kind of the final word except for appeals, but recommendations are recommendations, so. What I will do is, can you text them? There's a lot of facility and recommendation.
a quorum at this point.
So you do retain quorum. It's just a matter of what vote count passes or fails in this sense. I'm understanding from the deputy historic preservation officer that a 2-1 passes. But other commission staff are saying that
If it's 4, it needs to be 3.
yes, and so the recusal is that's what we're trying to figure out. And I do apologize for not having this information on.
But we weren't expecting a recusal.
in this case, but, so, if the applicant and the commission would be amenable, we could move on to just the discussion of the variances and then return to the actual vote on this, as well as any more discussion. Until we get that final answer on if it's a recommendation or approval, just so you're aware of the final. And I do apologize to the applicant. on
I
this.
understand these are difficult things. I remember dealing with them myself.
So if that's amenable, we can just start reading the variances while we get an answer. Oh, actually, I have an answer. It's a recommendation from the commission on the lot combination, or lot split combination, or both in this case, I guess, in the end. So it is a recommendation from the commission, and in that case, the recommendation is, it's not a decision, it's a recommendation. So there have been cases where you can move forward with a not recommended situation.
That's happened many times.
It's happened a couple of times, especially in the last year. And in that case, there is no denial with recommendation, so there is no appeal process open to this commission. So sorry for that. You can move forward with a vote. And if it's not recommended, you can still move on with that in the process, or you can vote to continue, or in this case, you could even, vote to I think those are two three options, I think, after I thought that one through. You can, of course, vote to continue, and that would put you on the July agenda. I don't
think the applicant is looking for a continuation.
I would not like to continue. I would like some action.
Yeah, one way or the other, you still could proceed and.
I need action on this application, yeah.
So on item GV 24060228, 551 City Park Avenue, 555 City Park Avenue, and 552 Park Avenue, consideration of the lots combination, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the lot combination as outlined in the application for 19 GV 2406030 55 City Park Avenue.
Sorry, just for the record, a recommendation, that's exactly correct.
Recommendation.
Recommend.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Doesn't pass. So we don't recommend it.
Fair enough.
It is the consensus of several of the members of the HPO staff that this will go to BZA for the actual approval.
Oh, okay.
So it will issue you a COA that Praxis is not recommended.
Okay.
And then they will potentially contact us and ask for information, we'll provide it, and they'll move forward on their own approval process.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Right.
Question on 18, oh, I'm sorry, not 18, yeah.
We're going to 18. GV 24060229, 551 City Park Avenue, 555 City Park Avenue, 552 South Pearl Avenue, variance recommendations for 555 City Park Avenue and 551 South Pearl Avenue.
My question is the first one for variances for 555 and 551, or should it be 555 and 552? There's a separate one for 551. So.
That should be 552, that's a typo in my notes, I'm sorry for that. I will verify in the record that is 552.
That may have been my fault. The statement of hardship was originally had a typo. You may have copied it from it.
It's possible. So this is a variance recommendation request. I do need to read the variance type. Would the commission like to also have the specific details of each variance?
Yes, please.
Of course, okay. This is variance recommendations for 555 City Park Avenue and 552 South Pearl Street. It is CC 333 2.037 R2F district to allow the use of a general office on a residentially zoned lot and existing structure. CC 3312.49 street parking. Table 1 to reduce the bicycle parking from 1 space to 0 spaces. CC 3312.49 off-street parking. Table 2 to reduce the required parking from 8 spaces to 3 spaces. And noting the existing non-conforming parking demand from the previous commercial uses is much higher than the improved off-street. And the provided off-street parking stalls is 1. CC 3332.05, area district lot width requirements to reduce the required lot width from 50 feet to 31.25 feet. CC 3332.18D lot coverage to increase the permitted lot coverage from 50% to 73%. The existing building at 555 City Park coverages for that parcel an existing condition of 100% coverage. Note, the existing lot coverage for 555 City Park is 0%, and proposed lot coverage for 552 South Pearl is 36%. So this is required for the existing condition of the trolley car barn. 3332.21 required building line in City Park to reduce the front yard setback from 10 feet to 0 feet. 3332.25 maximum side yard to reduce the maximum side yard required from 16 feet to 0 feet. 3332.26 minimum side yard north side City Park side to reduce the minimum side yard permitted from 5 feet to 0 feet. 3332.26 minimum side yard on the north Pearl Street side to reduce the minimum side yard permitted from 5 feet to 0 or to 1.4 feet. 3332.26 minimum side yard south to reduce the minimum side yard permitted from 5 feet to 0 feet. 3332.27 required rear yard to reduce the required rear yard from 2,441 square feet, which is 25% of the lot area, to 0% of the lot area. Noting that since City Park is in the front of this premise, the rear yard is 0% due to the trolley car barn being 0 lot line in all directions. The variance recommendation for, also these are variance recommendations for 551 City Park Avenue, which is 3312.49 off-street parking table 2, to reduce the required parking from 4 spaces to 0 spaces. 3332.05 area district lot requirements, to reduce the required lot width from 50 feet to 31.5 feet. 3332.14 R2F district requirements, to reduce the required lot size from 6,000 square feet to 2,043.75 square feet, noting the existing lot is non-conforming before the proposed movement of the property line. 3332.18D lot coverage, to increase the permitted lot coverage from 50% to 54%. The current lot utilization matches the request. 3332.21 required building line to reduce the front yard setback from 10 feet to 6 feet. 3332.25 maximum side yard to reduce the maximum side yard required from 16 feet to 0 feet. 3332.26 minimum side yard north to reduce the minimum side yard permitted from 5 feet to 0 feet. 3332.26 minimum side yard south to reduce the minimum side yard permitted from 5 feet to 3 feet. And 3332.27 required rear yard to reduce the required rear yard from 514 square feet, which is 25% of the lot area, to 256 square feet, which is 12% of the lot area. The staff analysis, I did read these, is the same as printed on the item 17, but specific to this one, the business meeting feedback included the commission expressing concerns that were recommending variances related to design that had not yet been reviewed. And the applicant did again confirm the lot split combination was not finalized, and the existing fence on the property line. The applicant has also identified and has posted to the agenda and staff report which of these variances are for existing conditions, which are required for the lot split, and if any are required to use the proposed design that is up for conceptual review. Oh, sorry. And the basis for the staff recommendation is City Code 31613, standard for site improvements, A, B, C, and D, and proposed zoning is consistent with German village guidelines for zoning variances on page 139. Thank you.
That was a thorough review. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about them. I mean,
So I guess my question is, since we didn't recommend the lot split, how do we address the last one with required rear yard?
I mean, I think I would tell you that, I don't have the math for that one in front of me,
Yeah.
but I would tell you, given that that duplex is a very long L, I don't think its rear yard conforms regardless where the property line is.
It could be, especially since it's a split lot anyway.
Right, so, I mean, I think even though some of these are on the, some of what we're doing is impacting these existing conditions, frankly, they're almost all existing conditions due to the extremity of the large building.
One question for you, Mark. Because I remember this came up, I can't remember what the property was, and this was years ago. R2 district to allow the use of general office on a residentially zoned lot in an existing structure.
Yes.
And you're saying that's the existing condition. I think that's been vacated because involuntarily vacated. I don't think they.
Yeah, I mean, I
the
guess
Existing condition anymore.
if you want to parse it out, yeah, technically, because they did the demolition, there's no certificate of occupancy for that building right now. But historically, that building has been a trolley barn, a car wash, a shopping mall, a law firm.
Yeah,
And it's zoned R2F. The zoning was changed in its lifetime, so.
but if it's been vacated over the last 12 months, it now is R2.
Correct. It always was, I mean, it was changed to R2F whenever all
Yeah,
of German
but
Village changed to
But
R2F.
it's it's not zoned for that. It's not an existing zone. So my question on this one and the parking is I don't think we can recommend those until we get through the design and we go through the proper process with notifying the neighbors and all that stuff, that hasn't happened.
Neighbors have been notified.
Okay.
We can confirm, we did receive a copy of the neighbor notification.
Okay, Mike, do they understand that that is not an existing condition, that it's a new condition that is proposing? And how does that affect their reaction to it?
I mean, my response would be is that the notice that went to the neighbors was not the statement of hardship. The onus is on them to show up and get information. And
Oh, I agree.
clearly, no one cares.
I agree. I agree, but I question how that was presented to them because I don't know.
The building and zoning department also sends notifications out before they take the actual action on these variances. So there will be an additional time for neighbor notification about the action. That's
Okay.
just for the record.
Yeah, and if it pleases the commission, we can do the conceptual review and come back to this if you find that.
I have no issue with that. My issue is just that is not called an existing condition for that or the off-street parking or the bike thing.
I mean, I think the non-conforming use that your argument is ceased, the law firm that was there. I mean, that was like a 30-car non-conformance when it comes to parking, right? I mean, I think we can get into the semantics of, is it technically legal to have an office building in the entire thing right now? No, they probably would have to come back and get a council variance from you to do so. But I think if you look at the practical demand of that building and all the other litany of uses that somebody could try to use this building for, this demand is
Not arguing that.
incredibly appropriate.
I'm arguing strictly the legal process of how do we proceed through this, that's all. Am I stating that I'm against it? Absolutely not.
Sure.
I'm not against mixed use. I'm just want to make sure that we are fairly and appropriately presenting this to the commission for a vote.
Sure.
And that's all I'm looking for.
Yeah, I understand. I would say, I mean, as you know, I'm very familiar with the process. We've done everything that we needed to do to make sure that everybody involved was notified. The sign, you guys can drive by there when you leave here if you want. The sign is posted. Frankly, I think I have a picture on my phone. The zoning case number sign has been in the yard since the day the city staff gave it to me.
Yeah.
The case number is posted, the agendas are online, the letters went out, the meeting time was.
I'm just questioning that's being called an existing condition. That's all.
Okay, I mean, that's fair. This, just to clarify, these red comments are your version only.
Oh.
The city zoning staff does not accept these red comments in their actual statement of hardship. They will not be part of the record. They were added for your benefit.
And all I question the existing is.
No, she didn't.
By the applicant.
Yeah, I pledge, she didn't do it.
Oh,
I
okay.
did it. But the red comments are not part of what the city or the zoning staff have as part of the record for this project. They were done to try to explain to you
Yes.
what is being driven
Yeah.
by the
Okay.
design intervention.
Okay.
And that was requested by HBO staff based on the previous
We always do.
request from the commission.
Yes.
And that was the part where I was circling back and saying, I don't think
Yes.
this is an existing.
Yes, so if it helps you, the one that's going to council does not have any of the red text on it.
Okay.
I have a question on the lot coverage for the duplex 551.
Yes,
If it's going to 54%,
yes.
that doesn't seem that much higher than 50%. So is there a place where that lot line could be to get it at 50%? Or am I just missing math?
Maybe, I mean, it's, what is it, 31.25 feet? I mean, the issue would would you reconsider your position on the lot split recommendation if it could be, right? I mean, 31.25 times.
I think we're, Tristan, we're done.
Okay, well,
Take
yeah,
it.
we're here.
Yeah.
I think that was the note back into the business meeting.
Yeah.
Could that lot line be moved so that it gets.
From just a Robert's Rule of Order, Robert's Rules of Order, you can vote to reconsider a vote and to re-vote in the same meeting. No, I'm not, no recommendation on that or not, just saying that it is a procedural, path.
I would have to move the proposed lot line 4 feet, which is not what the purchase contract is for, right? So I'd have a whole bunch of things I'd have to. But if it changed everyone's position on the lot line issue, then it could be potentially something we might be able to talk about. It would impact one window in the proposal.
Take a straw vote, would not affect mine, doesn't change mine.
Yeah, so. I again contend that there's precedent in German Village for the amount of lot coverage that's proposed, so.
So do I have a motion on GV 2406/29 to recommend the variance recommendations?
If I, could note.
Yeah.
For the commission, if there is, some variances that you might be in support of, you could vote for a split of the variances so that you are recommending any conditions that you are in support of to the record. That would just result in 2 COAs for the applicant of recommended, one with recommended conditions and recommended variances, one with not recommended variances. So if the commission would like to consider that as with their vote.
Sure, so.
I don't have an issue with the existing conditions. It would be the new ones that are not just existing, like the one with the required rear yard, required new lot split. I think there's only a couple of those. But. So. There's 2.
There's 2, yeah. The lot split is approved, then these would be in place. If the lot split's not approved, they're not.
It all depends on the lot split.
Yeah. So if the lot split goes through, we would have approved these instead of it. That doesn't, I don't think that justifies or takes anything away from the fact that we did recommend the lot split. How do you feel, Teresa?
One of those legal things, it's like, okay, we're gonna recommend variances by not, after we did not recommend a lot split. But you need both to move forward.
I can't close on the property without it being legal, so I need the council variance to be in place. I need the lot to be reconfigured before I can try to own them. And I'm in the hopper. I'm trying to, I would like council to hear this case before the recess. I've already been told that's unlikely. But, right, I'm already looking at a September closing date. But again, my due diligence period ends in the middle of June.
The other thing is to, do the conceptual and then come back to the variances. But if he's
The variances is always based on the fact that the conceptual has been approved.
Right.
And we're just talking about it.
Right.
So I think for comfort level, I would say let's take the 2 out. And split them. If that's amenable to you.
I'm okay with that.
For clarity for the record, they will make a vote on all of the variances. They're just splitting some to vote separately.
Understood. I mean, I presume I don't have a choice in that matter. They're allowed to act however they choose to act. So.
Yes.
So is there a motion to split this into A and B?
Motion to split application 18 GV 2406029 into 2 parts. Part A being the existing condition variances, part B being the non-existing.
Dependent on the lot split.
Yeah, and then on the lot split,
Which
required due to lot split. Yeah,
read that into your motion.
right, so B option, or I'm sorry, B is CC 332.18D lot coverage. And the other one is CC 332.27 regarding the required rear yard.
Wait a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
I,
Do I have a motion on part A?
motion to approve, existing variances related to the application 18 GV 2406029.
Second.
Okay.
All those in favor? Aye. So that was part A.
Yeah, it's part A.
Do I have a motion on part B to recommend? CC 332.18D and CC 3332.27.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to it, sorry, I lost it again. Make a motion to approve, Part B variances, CC 3332.27, required rear yard, and, 18. Yeah, I'm sorry, CC 3332.18D lot coverage.
And clarification, this is a recommendation.
Yeah, recommendation.
Second.
Second?
May I make a question about the motion? You're not clarifying the addresses when you do that, and those variances, especially the city code numbers that you cited, occur for both?
This is for 551 City Park Avenue. Okay, thanks. Just clarify that.
Okay.
Both for 551 City.
Yeah, okay, both.
So that is a recommendation for the 3332.18D for 55 City Park.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And 3332.27 to that.
Okay, so it's just and not recommended for 551.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry for my confusion though.
It's a long list, Mark.
City
Well,
theft.
the one is, I'm sorry, the one is the variance required for 555 City Park Avenue and 552 South Pearl Street for the motion regarding Part B. That's CC 333218D. And then the other one is for 551 City Park Avenue, which is CC 3332.27.
Okay,
Both of them are for 551.
Yeah.
so both for 551, but then also 3332.18D for 555. For clarity of the record, I can read those
Yeah.
variances in
Yeah.
question, just so we're all on the same. The variance recommendation for 555 City Park Avenue and 552 South Pearl Street for 3332.18D lot coverage is to increase the permitted lot coverage from 50% to 73%. Due to the existing building at 555 City Park coverage for that parcel, the existing condition at 100% coverage. There is also 3333, I'm so sorry, 3332.27 required rear yard for 555 City Park, which is to reduce the required rear yard from 2,441 square feet. And then for 5551 or 51 City Park, there is that CC 3332.18D lot coverage, which is to increase the permitted lot coverage from 50% to 54%. And also 3332.27 required rear yard to reduce the required rear yard from 514 square feet to 256 square feet. So just kind of clarifying which one are associated with what address and motion.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not clear. Are you saying that you've moved the lot coverage recommendation for the larger building into, no, okay, good. Because I was gonna let you know it's already 73%,
Yes.
even if I don't move the
Yes.
property. So,
So the two, just to clarify,
Thank you.
for 551 City Park Avenue, Part B, is CC 3332.18D, lot coverage to increase permitted lot coverage from 50% to 54%. The current lot utilization matches the request. That's how it's here. And then the other one in Part B is for 551 City Park Avenue, CC 3332.27, required rear yard, to reduce the required rear yard from 514 square feet, 25% of the lot area, to 256 square feet, 12% of the lot area.
And those are the only recommendations on Part B,
Yes.
none associated with the 555. Okay, thanks.
We good?
I think we're all on the same page.
Good.
Yeah, we are. Sorry for that confusion.
So can I have another second?
Second.
All those in favor for the recommendation? All those opposed? Those two are not recommended. All right. On to GB 2406-030, 55 City Park Avenue and 552 South Pearl Street. This is conceptual.
This is a conceptual application for an exterior building alteration. It is to construct a connector between 555 City Park and 552 South Pearl Street with a new primary entrance to be within the connector. To install metal coiling garage doors and a metal reveal siding on the west elevation. To install a thermal-ray channel siding and a pin mount halo lit sign on the east elevation. To install new windows and new window openings on the north elevation. To construct a new covered porch on the north elevation behind the 552 South Pearl Street property and new proposed connector. To restore fascia to condition the 1960s photo with an overhang and a 1x8 fascia. To install a new roof, new windows, and doors. The Evergreen Business Meeting, the commission did discuss all three applications together. None of that feedback was specifically related to any design aspects of the conceptual review. So the staff recommendation, noting that there is no action required, is that the commission offer design feedback that can be utilized by the applicant to further refine the proposal for a future review. The relevant basis for staff recommendation is City Code 31611, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And the City Code 31612, standards for new construction, A, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N. And the German Village Guidelines for new additions, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
My turn?
Yes.
All right, so as we've discussed, the proposal is to turn this into a live-work situation for my wife and I. We would live on essentially the Pearl Street facade would be our home address, and the City Park side would be the address for our business. The reasoning for the facing of those two directions is natural. Obviously, I think there's historic evidence of a curb cut in both directions, but we think it's more appropriate to put the curb cut back on the Pearl Street elevation and to not ask you for the one on the City Park elevation. So that's why we've made that side the commercial side. And that's where we've placed the office portion that also aligns better with the footprint of the double on City Park and allows us to configure the residence a bit more naturally by using the cottage and the amount of land behind the cottage to do so. So I think you'll also notice if you look at the photos that we provided, the current owner has reached a significant milestone in gutting the Old World Bazaar and the law firm. I don't know if this is new to you guys, that you've seen any of this. The evidence, particularly in those photos of the Pearl Street facade are now evident. It is cardboard. The original multi-ply beam that supported whatever gates or doors that were present on the Pearl Street facade is visible now. And the construction below that is quite flimsy and hanging on by a thread, really. So given that, that's sort of inspired the design direction that we'd like feedback on for the Pearl Street elevation in particular. That's why we've proposed more industrial doors and a more industrial cladding material, is to sort of make that more shadowy, make it kind of go away, because I think the only known photo that I've seen of that facade and the comment on the Sanborn about it being iron gates, I think that most people at this point believe there wasn't really a facade below that beam line. So that's really why our design direction is to make that kind of, to be very dark in contrast from the rest. And then the design direction on the City Park Avenue side is to try to get more back to the original car wash expression, which I think is more in keeping with the simplicity that the building used to have before the Old World Bazaar added all of this additional architecture to the facades. And then moving the connector to the Pearl Street side, I think gives a positive effect of being able to screen the visibility from the public way to the proposed masonry openings that were also approved in 2022. I know too much consternation, but that will reduce their visibility now. There's almost no vantage point on this block where you would be able to get a peek into the yard and to see that modification mid-block. So I'm happy to answer any of your questions or get into more detail, but right now I'm just looking for facade feedback and massing feedback before we develop this any further.
And I wish more of the commissioners were here. Let me give you Anthony's feedback. Pearl facade. Last time around, we stated that a garage was appropriate as this was the historic trolley entrance. Curb cut was acceptable because there was no effective parking here anyway due to adjacent curb cuts. Are new doors inset from facade? They set back, that's a question.
Yes, the answer to that question is yes.
Confirm no bollards, example shows bollards.
Oh, yeah, there's no bollards.
Sure, that's from. If protection is needed, the type that is built into the corner of the opening is more industrial, somewhere the rear Franklin or class, okay. City Park facade, previously approved bringing fenestration to the historic car wash elevation. Is the side-by-side window appropriate versus a single pane? Review old application materials for car wash photo. The north facade, I think that must be the side of the car wash he's talking about.
He was talking about the punched window.
Yeah, previous application discussion about window framing between buttresses. There was talk about how wide that should be or how narrow it should be. Previous discussion about window type sizes and visibility from public way and Pearl. If proposed connection is allowed, this would block all view, which as you pointed out. Connector on the past approval, connector was on City Park property, which is barely visible. Need to review past conversation about Pearl connection. Proposed connectors allowed, need to ensure it is subordinate to existing structures. Are new openings being punched in the walls? Can existing openings be utilized? Should connection be at the rear of Pearl structure versus the side?
It is at the rear.
I'm not sure yet.
Yeah.
Looks like proposed Pearl property opening is wider than existing window in the facade. And that's a question I've got for your doors. Seems way oversized. How is connector going to work with attaching to the existing Pearl property structure? Looks like roof pitches towards Pearl, pitch versus single slope. I have no idea what that is. Car barn skylight placement compared to previous approval, we allowed skylight based on the removal of roof mounted HVAC units. Typically, new skylight should be set back at the public way. That's his comments on it.
Yeah, the one comment in there that I would comment on is that if this is the eve of the Pearl Street facade.
Yeah.
That beam is at the bottom. I don't have a section yet, but the intent is to express that beam. The new facade is back behind that, so it will create some depth there and simulate the sight line of what was there originally.
I have no concerns about where the connector's at. I've got certain concerns about some of it is set back, which is great. I've got concerns about the proportions of that door and how big it is.
Okay, you mean the front door?
Yeah. I think that's also something that Ian was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, our goal is for that door to be solid and that wall to be solid. We don't really want to have glass there. I mean, I think we can all appreciate Pearl's not the safest street in German Village.
Maybe some better drawing illustration of that.
Yeah, sure.
Communicate that better.
Your concern is that it's oversized and not more conventionally sized?
Yeah, I mean, it's huge compared to what a regular residential door would be. Granted, I assume it's the front door for both the business and, well,
No, it's just the residence.
So even more so.
Yeah.
Maybe that should be more scaled down.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I understand.
My other comment was, I got a question about the two windows over the big industrial doors. I don't think there were windows there before.
That's correct. We're proposing a mezzanine above the garage that has bedrooms.
And concerned about that, new windows. And when I got to go back, Mark, and verify, because we had so much conversation with the previous or the current owner, previous owner, about City Park on the big barn. And I think after much looking at what obviously had been an arched window, maybe a garage door for the car wash and some other stuff, is we finally settled on what's there was historic and contributing, and we agreed to leave it alone.
I watched most of the YouTube videos of the hearings. My understanding of your conversation with them was that you wanted to see them restore it to some condition which was documentable.
Yeah.
And they chose that direction versus the car wash direction.
And I think it was because the other ones weren't documentable that enough. I think that's why we went there, but I gotta go back and take a look too. That's,
I mean,
that's just my.
I
my
did
take
present
on
a
it.
slide that shows the two side by side, if that's worth looking at.
Yeah. So there's questions about that piece up over the double windows that you got right now.
Yeah, I mean, clearly there, I mean, who knows what was there
That was the issue.
originally, but yeah, I mean, I do think that the car wash condition, which is also why I put a two wide broken window in that front punched opening.
And I think that van above is just decorative. I don't-
It's just decorative. On both ends, it's just decorative, yeah.
But I gotta go back and take a look.
I mean, they beefed up the fascias, they added the overhang, they put the
Oh,
big
yeah.
window on.
I'm not saying any of it's appropriate. I think that's just where we sell.
Yeah.
But I gotta go back and take a look too. I've got all that stuff. It's got to wait. HBO very nicely yesterday gave us all the documentation from it, so. That's just my initial take.
Sure.
Robin, sure some.
I guess I have a concern about the metal siding. Not sure. Have we approved the metal siding before that? On the, what would be where the large garage doors are? The metal coiling doors and the reveal siding?
So, addition, house addition, okay.
Do you have the address for that one?
Yes, it's Chairman Hartley's addition.
The best steel was a test case in
Was it?
that. And he has not, on that application, his COA has not been finalized.
Because he's
Still waiting
back
on
in-
final drawings.
He's economizing it, but yeah, okay.
So the best of steel was that metal and it was a test case, so the only test case for that material as well.
And the style of the garage doors, I guess.
Yeah, I think to comment on the coiling doors, if you drive Pearl,
Mhm.
anywhere not in German Village through any of Italian Village, every single door is a coiling door. It's precedented in historic districts. Maybe not so much in German Village, but I would contend this is very unique, being an edge condition with the brewery district right there. The way things are set up. And again, our original design intent is to sort of make all that dark and make it blend, which is why the door is metal and very smooth and why the siding is dark and very smooth. If you don't find that to be appropriate, we don't have any problem going back to more conventional products, but my spidey sense says making that residential and cookie cutter like German Village is not appropriate given the commercial nature and scale of that building, which is why we proposed what we proposed.
I'm okay with the coiling doors. Probably to me, it seems appropriate. Especially since you have a photo of the 1950s car wash. That door.
Yeah.
Sure, so you got anything to?
So the metal siding on the Pearl Street facade around the garage doors is meant to be recessed from the brick.
Correct. If you look at, I don't know if you can see it very well in my floor plan, but the existing facade, the gingerbread that they put there now is very far out on the brick piers.
Yeah.
And that beam that used to support whatever secured this place, it's 6-7 widths of 2x. The idea is to build that door that holds the coiling doors inside of that and to go up behind that. So we'll expose, I don't know, maybe 10 inches more masonry as you look at the building from the side. I think it will help express the historic brick there much better than it does now.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it as an assembly that's insane.
And the metal siding is really a reaction to, I think the coiling door is appropriate, but I think sticking it in like residential boral siding seems odd in a situation like this. I'd rather it be metal to metal and that be just a snapshot of time, and then the masonry and the board and batten of the more German Village architecture goes around. And I think if you really look at that facade and some of the photos that I submitted to, it's been significantly altered. And it's frame, not masonry on that end, so I mean, being able to put two punched openings in there is very important to this proposal, so I definitely need to have,
Further conversation.
I want to have a feel on the consensus of how much it,
Not for the windows.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not for the folding doors or the metal siding.
I have no problem with the folding doors, there's no something, it's in setback. Enough, I think.
So the two windows, gable and aren't you?
That's correct.
Well, they're bedrooms. They have to have-
And I think there's, I'm not quite sure where.
If you look at
Anthony's
the.
talking about the skylights.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No.
If you look at the old world bazaar drawings, like all of that is stuff that they added. They added the overhang there, they beefed up the fascia. That board and batten that's there now is consistent with the other interventions that they made on the other side. And again, I think, at least to my knowledge, you guys have always allowed things to change in frame openings more so than masonry openings because it's reversible. So I don't really have another place where I can do an emergency escape. I can't do it. I can't do it with a roof window. It's too high off the floor. So the building's so long, I don't think the fire department would accept it anyway.
And I think there's further conversation about probably the windows on the inside. Similar, probably the one we had before, which wasn't too far. I don't think you're too far off from what we did before.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, at least the extent of it. I mean,
Yeah.
there may be some, it's slightly different. Our floor plan is slightly different, but.
Yeah, yeah.
But
And,
the bays that are punched between the pilasters are very similar.
And Anthony seemed to have some issue about the skylights, and I'm not sure what that is, but he'll be here in the future, so. Anything else?
So no one else has an objection to the windows on Pearl Street, the second floor windows?
The three that are here.
I do.
Yeah, I understand. Are there 7 active commissioners right now, or are there vacancies? Okay, so this is just an anomaly.
Yeah, a lot of people are out. We almost didn't make it. We barely had a quorum yesterday.
Fair enough.
And I wish they were all here so you could get it. Much more granular and meat.
I know there's Pearl Street windows and the folding doors is to make them look a little more industrial, square,
I've got to meet that 5.9 square feet.
bigger,
Oh, you mean make them bigger?
industrial.
Okay. I was
What's
worried.
that wall construction right now?
I'm sorry, say that
What
again.
is that wall, gable and wall construction?
It's framed, it sits on that beam.
It does.
So that condition where those windows would be very thick, because I'm gonna run another wall up behind there.
When it was trolley bar, was that all open?
I think it was open below the beam.
Okay.
I think that eave was always there. If you look at one of the Sanborn maps, though, it implies that this thing had a hip roof at one point.
Yes.
I can't find the evidence of that in the roof framing, but I don't know why they would have drawn it that way if it wasn't that way, so.
There was something we saw. We realized that the roof had been redone.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's enough significant evidence to say that it has been modified to allow a modification. That's my position.
Have to rebuild it anyways. Question
Right.
is, what do we go back with?
Right.
Well, I'm looking for justification for going bigger.
The windows?
Yeah.
Oh, so they're more compatible with.
Well, that's why I asked if that had
Yeah.
ever been there before. They make it all glass.
I don't know how familiar you guys are with the other trolley barn, the East Market trolley barn. I worked on that project. If you haven't been there, it's worth looking at. It was the same, sorry,
Is it Eastern Market?
yeah, Kelton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same situation. It had, it had sliding doors. It has a gable in, it has several windows. Luckily, its openings were there and, there was evidence of that, but this sort of was where we got the inspiration for that configuration, was looking at that, because it's of the same period, the same was.
Anything else?
Not if you don't have any other feedback.
No, right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just for the applicant, I know, you've done a lot of these before. The deadline is tomorrow typically, but because you're here conceptually, you have an extra week. So you'll have until the following Thursday if you want to have this design back on the July agenda.
Sure. I can send you an application before then. Do you need the materials by that deadline too?
We do need the materials by next, next Thursday, I think would be at 8 AM, but if it's any time that day, we'll put it on the agenda.
Fair enough. Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you. GV 24060316 Thurman Street.
Well, that was fun.
It's a lot of work.
I need to be sworn in, yeah.
For conceptual?
Oh,
Oh,
no,
we're gonna swear you in anyway. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state your name.
Brenda Parker.
Thank you.
Do you want to wait for the commission?
Yes, we do.
And she is again.
Yeah, she's had it.
It's cold Dakota. It's cold in here. This is a conceptual application for new construction or addition. To construct a new two-story addition to the north of the existing two-story brick structure. There will be an attached garage and storage space on the first floor, a dwelling space on the second floor with a cantilevered connector to the existing brick structure. An existing two-story structure is currently an office space. Staff analysis. In the staff report, the previously reviewed, the commissioner comments from the November 2023 hearing are also posted for, but the most recent review was at the April 2024 GPZ hearing. So I'll be reading the commissioner comments just from that hearing, but the previous ones are on the staff report if there's any questions about those. So the following is taken from the improved April 2024 GPZ minutes. Commissioner comments. The commission asked what the existing zoning for this parcel is and verified the previous council variance from the 1960s enabled the property to be used for office uses. The commission also confirmed the property is currently being used for entirely commercial and office uses, and commissioners requested a copy of the council variance for review. It was noted that if the property was residential on the second floor and commercial on the first, that this proposal would be considered an ADU with an attached garage. However, since this is currently entirely office use, it would be more appropriate. One commissioner stated that this property would have historically had a shop in the front with the rear portion of the L shape, typically being a dwelling. This proposal intends to add back the dwelling portion of the property now that the shop portion has increased in size. It was stated that the reduction of parking in this location should not cause any issues. There's enough on-street parking in this area, particularly heading west on Thurman Street towards more commercial uses. The commission clarified that the property is all one business with none of the office space being rented out to other tenants. A better photograph of the upper story door was requested by the commission. It was noted that there appears to be some brick patching work that could indicate this opening needs to be a window. In that case, returning the opening to a window could be appropriate. One commissioner stated that the connector seems to be very large and asked if there was a way that the connector could be redesigned and relocated to be less visible from Thurman. Another commissioner agreed that relocating the connector to the north would allow the applicant to utilize and modify an existing opening rather than create a new opening in the brick wall. It was noted that the commission would not be opposed to the garage being deeper or the upper story footprint needing to be larger or overhang to accommodate the connector being less visible. There is historical precedent for an overhang on the second floor. One commissioner noted that they are uncomfortable with the site being so overbuilt while having little parking. They stated that the curb cut is an unfortunate place that would inhibit parallel parking against the building. It was suggested that if the alley is still public right of way, then using the alley for the garage access would allow a shallower setback and lower the overall lot coverage. At the June business meeting, the commission requested the applicant add material sections for the siding and all other exterior elements to the drawing. HPO staff also note, the applicant did reach out to building and zoning, and we can allow you to add any context from that conversation, the email that you had. The staff recommendation is that there is no action required. This is conceptual, so staff recommends the commission offer design feedback that can be utilized at a future GBC meeting. The basis for that recommendation, as well as just applicable guidelines in code, is City Code 31111, standards for alteration 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12. City Code 311612, standards for new construction, ACD. That is all of them for the standards for new construction. German Village Guidelines for additions 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The German Village Guidelines for new construction, garages and outbuildings 1 through 15, and that is it.
Okay, so the garage and with dwelling above has kind of been redesigned from the last time based on the feedback.
I did investigate a little bit more about the alley. And what I found out was, I believe it was in the 60s, the lot was split. And so the original plot was 170 feet deep on the east side. And they gave away 66 feet to someone else, and then an additional 10 feet to that same person, but that it would be dedicated as alley use for both properties.
Wow.
So it is legally owned by the other parcel, but it has shared use easement as an alley.
Okay.
And then the second piece of information I sent in was the documentation for the council variance from the 60s as well, I believe. And I'm not sure if you guys included that in your presentation or not. I might have to look it up because
Oh, that's it, that's here. From 77.
Okay, 77.
Page 14 and 15 of the materials package.
So that is a, it's a variance to allow the use as a commercial office in the R2F district.
And it's been continuously used as an office since then.
Yeah. It's not been vacated, so that's not, it didn't go back to R2F.
Yeah.
You learn so much at these meetings. I wish I could had time to come to all of them. So that's kind of the update on, some of these questions about the property. And then when it comes back to the design, so I took the feedback of, could this kind of be like the outbuilding barn with the cantilever? And so it's kind of its own structure. And then I have a kind of a glass connector between what I'm going to call the outbuilding and the brick building.
So Anthony's, anything more to add? Okay. So Anthony's comments was that he had asked for a straight on elevation of the wall with the existing steel stairs.
Yeah, I was looking at that south elevation and it was kind of the same thing, like it doesn't really indicate that door or stair or other opening. So I need to clarify that. I think that makes sense.
He needs to determine he wants to determine what's going on with these openings.
Yeah, because the door is going to go back to a window is what's proposed.
And that's what he's looking for.
Yep. Makes sense.
He has no problem with the second floor overhang. Should second floor portion above main door be set back? The plans, this is just contributing to stair landing size, serves no function other than aligning with current connector. Get to that in a minute. And a minimum connector should be pulled back for the new facade. Yeah, so that's my biggest issue too. Good look. Well, yeah, right there. Anthony and I both would like,
Yeah.
and I don't know how to do this because we want to inspect this door.
Right, get a little offset there.
It should be all the way back here.
Oh, all the way back there?
With this glass wall connector should line up with your
Oh, the first floor.
first floor. So that this hangs out, this corner is exposed. And
Yeah.
this ties in.
That makes sense. We're just gonna lose another parking. I think I would have to slide to the building so that, I can meet that opening. If that's the critical point.
Yeah.
So I'd lose another parking
You'd have to
space
pull
on the
this
lot.
way.
Yeah.
Okay, so my suggestion is really against the rules. No, I'm not gonna. There might be some way of being able to do that.
Ew. Could I do an angled connector?
Well, make the connector here and then over something. You get the idea.
Yeah,
To get this corner freed out.
yeah, I get the intent. Okay,
Maybe not do it right there.
can we, yeah, can I mean, I guess, kind of, comes down to priority, is it?
You weren't here for when we denied somebody cutting a hole in an existing masonry.
Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, that's for me to solve, right?
We just
Okay.
need a bit better solution.
Yeah, I get it.
Other than that, I think it looks great.
Okay. Well, let me see if I can see what I can work out with the geometries. Get that a little cleaner.
Yeah, I don't.
By having that stair in the dome, get rid of the fire escape.
Yeah, that's the goal, is to use this new stair as the second means of egress for the second floor, and then that steel fire escape can go away. That thing is not very attractive. So I'll draw that elevation to show putting that window back in, and then, I'm assuming we'll be allowed to patch the brick below the window? Or can I just turn that whole opening into a window?
Probably would be better to patch the brick.
Okay.
And respect the original window open.
Okay. All right. Any other feedback? Okay. It only took 3 times to get to kind of close.
It's come a long way.
Yeah.
Did the commission have any, questions or thoughts on materials for the project? It was discussed at the business meeting, but we didn't get materials from the applicants. I don't know if there's any concerns or anything about that.
Further conversation, I guess.
Yeah, my goal was just to get to a massing, and that was gonna kind of be acceptable, and then what's shown here is kind of the hardy panel with the boral batten. And then, a shingle off of the shingle list that matches the existing.
Might want to consider something besides the hardy.
In terms of just do it all out of boral?
Or something else. It's a panel piece.
Because you guys aren't approving the hardy panel anymore?
It's not holding up.
Oh, really? Oh, interesting.
And it starts cracking within 10 years.
Really? Okay. All right.
High grade marine plywood. Yeah.
Just takes a little bit more painting every so often, I
Yes.
guess, right? Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Anything else?
I'm good.
Great, thank you.
You will have the, same extended deadline because you're here conceptually, so you'll have until next Thursday if you want to be on.
Okay. Okay.
And GV 2406032, 821 South Fifth Street. I am not seeing anybody out there.
This application, was withdrawn by the applicant.
Oh.
He wants to be placed on the July agenda instead, so
Okay.
it will be moved to July.
Well, I guess that leaves the best to last.
For the record, on this one, your vice chair and acting chair this evening does have to recuse. So we will need a acting chair for this case, from another commissioner.
Otherwise, just call for a vote right now. Yeah, it's over with.
Well, it's consensual, so. And of course, your proper.
Yes.
Meeting is.
So the pictures, like I said, were not included in that.
Well, they were very.
And so I brought you, here's where you.
You can pull them up visually as well, because they're in the folders and stuff. They can have to swear you in. Just swear the other person in. Thanks.
Property. So this project has two goals. One is I need an extra foot in a bathroom. And I want to get my air conditioning compressor off my patio. So the original building is 1830, 1850, something like that. The addition is 1960 or 66, one or the other. Pretty undistinguished architecturally. It has vinyl insert windows in it. I think those were original. And it is wood siding. And it has a 7-foot ceiling height in it, which is just code. It probably is not code for kitchens now. So the idea was to bump out a foot and be as minimal as possible and almost kind of take a porch approach to it, with one large pane of single glass there, in the bump out. That's also the side of the shower, just so you know. And then cutting into the roof to get the a condenser down on the roof. The condenser's 22 by 22 by 30. Yeah. That's a 3-time condenser for the house. Looking at the pictures, I don't think the condenser is visible from anywhere. That's looking south from the condenser position. That's looking, oops, yeah, go down. Back up. That's looking south. At the south house, yeah, so go back up. Up, there we go. That's looking north. There's my neighbor's house is there, and there's nothing for 3 parcels up. And this is looking east. And when the vegetation is down, there's one small bathroom window that can see that roof area. So it's pretty, no one's gonna see it. Anthony asked a question about other installations. I didn't see any other roof installations. So we had them come up on, I think it was South Mohawk earlier that the neighbors really objected to because everybody could see it. I don't know if you remember that one. I think this is hidden. I don't think anybody's ever gonna see it. These are ones out on the sidewalk.
Hear it up there?
No, and actually it's gonna be quieter than the one I've got. Sidewalk, as you can see from the sidewalk. And then I took pictures of stuff we've approved not knowingly. The top of Centos, the top of Lindy's, huge amounts of equipment that kind of just was like, holy crap, look what we've done. So I don't think anybody's gonna hear it and we see it. My question also is, I'm questioning whether I really need to be cutting into that roof to even get the compressor up there, or whether I could just mount it on a bracket and call it a day. And so that's up for conversation. And the third piece is, the intent is to put a second floor in that addition on the back, which certainly is allowable, but it is so architecturally undistinguished. There wouldn't be anything left of architecturally anyhow. So those are my thoughts.
So I'll be the one to say it. I'm not sure I want to start having AC units on roofs of houses
Yeah.
to set precedent for it. The businesses I can see it because those they do have to be larger. And there's nowhere else to put them, I don't think.
They could be screened.
If it be used, they could-
That's my whole point. I'm just throwing that out.
Yeah.
At all of us, they should have been screened.
Sure, yeah, because they are pretty unsightly.
Yeah, that wasn't a justification for me really doing it. It was
Yeah.
just like, oh my God, look.
Yeah.
Again, nobody's gonna see it. But I get your point.
If you had a parapet, it'd be actually screened.
And I actually could do that. I could actually not even go into the roof and put a screen around it up there.
I mean, I guess if there's some way that you could cover it, so it's not, I know it's not visible, what you're saying, but I guess what I'm concerned about is down the road, somebody's
Yeah.
gonna wanna do the same thing, and what's our justification for not having?
And I,
Or what's our?
yeah,
plan?
and I can do that as a screen around it if you guys would go for that. Not a big deal. At this point, this was just to throw it out there and say, hey, let's talk about putting it up there. And this is minimally that would be required to get it. But yeah, I could put a screen around it, it's not a big deal. I would take it up higher. No. Yeah. And I looked at following the eve line down, for the extra foot, and it's just not worth it. To be honest with you. And I guess my big question, if this was in front of me, would be talking about that big window.
The reason for the big one?
Light
Light.
and to enjoy my garden of 4 feet in the shower.
Okay, just.
That's all it is. It's an outdoor, yeah, yeah. It's kind of the idea of having an outdoor shower. in your room.
Right, an outdoor shower.
Yeah.
Let's make that a door. Just have an outdoor shower and just go in and out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So, and and I'm proposing clear glass in there right now, but if that doesn't work, I can just film it.
So that's on just so I'm trying to get the right perspective, that's on like the greenish yellow.
Yep.
Portion behind the
Yep.
white part.
Yeah. So it would sit right in here.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Yes, you're looking at a fence.
And it's behind the fence.
Yeah.
It's back in there. Anthony had a question about attaching it to the house. The corner board on the original house carries through right now. It would still carry through. I'm keeping everything off the back of that.
So you didn't do a site plan.
There's no floor plan, right?
No, there is no floor plan. There is a floor plan, it's just not included.
So it's just slightly offset from the rear of the main house.
Yeah. The corner board still comes down.
Does it
It's-
extend past?
Hmm.
I guess it extends past that?
Yeah, about a foot. The odd thing is the house, the addition is square to the site. The house has got a 2-inch crook to it. So, and that difference is in that wall between the two.
But you mentioned wanting to put a second floor.
Eventually, yeah.
Eventually,
So would this unit stay up there?
Yep.
This is just conceptual, right?
Yep. Oh my God, yeah.
I guess for me, what I would say is maybe come back with some way of showing how you would screen the AC. I don't have a problem with the window or the bump out.
Cool.
What documentation would the commission like to see on the screening for the AC? Would you like renderings and drawings or just a concept? Or materials or?
Probably, I mean, both depending on what he wants to do, but materials and kind of design of how it would be screened.
gonna say, I'm having a hard time picturing the
Okay.
petition without a site plan.
Yeah, no,
Because
that's
it's-
legit. I would have to do one anyway.
Can't help it, it's.
Yeah, no.
Site.
Yeah, and for me as an architect, I was more concerned about the elevation
Yeah.
kind of thing. Because I walk the site all the time, so I know.
Here's like with the bathroom layout. Once you have a small house.
Gives me a bigger shower, gives me a little bit bigger vanity. But yeah, like it's a floor plan, roof plan, screening, site plan, absolutely.
So when you would go to a second story eventually, would the air conditioner somehow get incorporated or just?
It will, that will become actually a niche,
A niche in the.
and there's a corresponding niche on the other side. Because I need a window, I want a window on that side, but it's gotta be, the house is only not even 2 feet off the property line. So to get a window in there, I gotta pull it back.
Right. Okay.
So that there's gonna be a connector, just to give you, well, down the road. I don't know if this can support a second story.
Mhm.
So there's gonna be a steel structure over here that's gonna be buried. This is gonna cantilever out 6 feet beyond here. It's gonna drop down, this floor is up here, this floor is gonna be down here. Roof line's gonna have a, monitor with glass. So I got that up at the top, that's down the side, and then there's a niche here and a niche on the other side. That sits in, so. Yeah, it forms the connector, yeah, back. The question then is, I'm really gonna keep it clapboard, but I don't want the second story to be clapboard. So I kind of want to do it as board and back and have it just out in front of the clapboard a little bit, if I can do it. To form that little edge difference and set it off. Still respect this, but like I said, it's not gonna be a little. Respect, but that's down the road. Only afford.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not an endless pit of cash.
Yeah. For now. But that's where this is like phase one.
I mean, I have seen air conditioners mounted on sides of that.
Those are split units, yeah. And that's the one Anthony was thinking about up at corner of Beck. And remember, they did it as a violation.
Yes.
And we came around to letting them keep it, and then the new owners got rid of it.
There's one over on Jaeger too. Yeah.
Yeah,
I forget what that. alley
there's
is.
one on Thurman, on a garage I know about
Yeah.
too. Where I don't particularly want to set a precedent, but boy, I'd like to get it off the patio. It's a real estate issue.
Well, and I think, if we were to approve it, if it was screened, that maybe would be the precedent, is if you're gonna have it, it's not visible from anywhere and it's gotta be still screened.
And I've got enough room that I can screen it up all the way up to the ridge point, which is what I'll do. Cool.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll get some stuff back.
With, so we could. I'm sorry, so we can vote on.
All right, end of concept. Is there a motion? Is there, let's see.
We don't do.
We do have a few notes of new business just for.
Okay.
No, like action items, just for notes. As discussed at the beginning, there are date changes for the July. They weren't posted in the original, list for the year, we're just calling it to them now. The business meeting is on that Tuesday rather than Wednesday, and the July hearing will be on Monday rather than Wednesday with the holidays.
So that's the July 1st, right?
Yes, Monday, July 1st.
And then the next business meeting is the 18th of June?
Yes, Tuesday, June 18th.
All right.
And then, by the German Village bylaws, elections are supposed to be held in June due to just kind of posting it on the agenda and also just the attendance this evening, we have, determined to move chair elections to July. So, just putting that on your records that that will be happening at the July hearing, but that is all the notes from staff.
Any other old business? Not, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
And second.
In favor? Aye.
Aye.